More. I said more. What up, Sean?
Yo.
What up, Aqua, Ashley?
What's cracking, everybody? Back in this
Are we
bitch.
live? Oh shit, we are live. Yo, what up? I'm over here waiting for the little thing to tell me I'm live. The 1098763321. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the late night. We tried to go live a little bit sooner. I say this every show. I think might be my new opening line. I wanted to go live earlier, but it took a little longer than planned. I swear to you not. Cheers, Daniel Mary. What's up, bro?
Yeah.
I love you, man. I swear to you, that's becoming the new line. Real talk. Hey, we were live a little bit on Daniel. You saw we had the Discord hooked up. I didn't had it on mute.
Oh, it's acting slower now.
So that's why you couldn't hear nothing. It was on mute. So how'd you like that setup? Was it pretty cool? Happy Tuesday.
Send professional invoices and get.
But I thought the setup was pretty cool. We were gonna do it again tonight, but it's a lot easier for me to present things to you guys through this for now until I understand the other streaming device and service. So, but we are here. I'm here with Deltron. Walking might join us. I know Ashley said she wanted to jump in at some point. Anybody that wants to jump in, there will be a link in my Discord. There is a link. I don't know if it's pinned in the front or not. I'll pin it right now. The link will be pinned in the description so you can hop in. And it's already there. It's already there. Never mind. It's pinned there. Thank you. So yeah, the link's pinned in the description. You're welcome to come up. And yeah, we're just gonna enjoy our night. Hope everybody had a beautiful, safe, happy Memorial Day weekend. Hope you guys got to enjoy your loved ones. And have your rest in peace to all your other loved ones, And yeah, man. Did you have a good one? I know it's your birthday, bro. Hey, when's your birthday?
Yeah, I fucking had a great one, man.
Is it right
got
now?
Got the Cement 4s.
When is it? Today, or did you already have it?
Well, it's like 12:41 out here, so my birthday was yesterday. But
it was yesterday. I thought it was today.
Yeah, May 26th.
Birthday, my dude. Happy fucking like an asshole. I forgot because time differences. For some reason, I was thinking it's today, man. Happy birthday, bro.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, dog. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, a real good one, man. A real good birthday.
Much love, everybody. Give him some love, man, for his birthday, yo. Give him some love. Hey. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you.
But yeah, I hope you had a blessed day, brother. Hope you did, man. It's a good day to have on a Memorial Day birthday. Everybody's off work.
Every year it's either on Memorial Day, but as I've gotten older, because of all the leap years and shit, it's like my birthday just ended up on Memorial Day.
Thank you, Daniel. Love you, brother.
Yeah.
Daniel,
happy birthday,
Deltron.
Hey, thank you, fam. Thank you, everybody.
So did Sean. So did Serenity. Everybody said happy birthday.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Much love, man. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you. Who you got? Who's the champions? The Lakers.
You a Gemini or what?
LeBron, dude. What do you think about LeBron, Daniel? Is he going to be around? Is he going to make it another year? How many more years has he got left in him?
Who?
I said, how many? Yeah, Lakers fucking suck, right? I'm not allowed to swear for 10 minutes.
How many more years does LeBron have?
Yeah, how many more years does LeBron have left?
One more year, he's done, bro. One more year, he's done. Because I could honestly see him, like, going one more year and then just being done with it. Because he's getting up there, bro, and it's
What
just too
up,
much for
Reed?
him.
How you doing, man?
Reed's on the shitter.
Reed, enjoy yourself, brother. There's nothing better than having to relieve yourself to a little bit of comedy. If I can get you to laugh in the next minute or two. Remember, come up with another
Where the fuck's
topic.
Walking at?
Remember last week? Now, I don't want to talk about it for another 4.5 minutes, but remember the last show? You asked me, what if I had two you-know-whats? Damn, that turned into a hell of a fucking segment, didn't it?
Yeah, it
You
did.
got way more than you bargained for in that one there, Reed.
I know, man. Fucking Ryan, bro. We need Ryan in here for that one too, because Ryan he had a lot to add to that shit.
Dude, that shit was hilarious, dude. We took that shit right field. Hardcore. We totally took that sideways. No pun. No pun intended. Hands washed, yes. Ass, no.
Where you at, bro?
Hey, man, you gotta wash your ass. What you smoking on today? You still smoking on that silver?
I'm smoking on that fucking that whatchamacallit. What is it called? The super silver haze.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got a lot of that weed from the guy blessing me, man.
That's my favorite strain, bro.
Bless me.
For real. So, hey, so what are we at? We're 7 minutes in. We got 3 more minutes to go. We can just keep talking to the chat for 3 more minutes. Today I got to see my sister. I got to see my nephew. Check this shit out, dude. My nephew's not even 3, right? And I have another nephew who just turned 4. And the other one's about to turn 2. Now, when I'm comparing the two, bro, this nephew comes walking up to me. I'm not even 2. It walks up to me and says, TT, and literally knew who I was, and I barely see him. Like I see him, but he's a little bit further away, so I don't see him like as much as I see my other nephew, And he knew, bro, he knew who I was. Like, I was just sitting there chilling while I grabbed, like, hi, TT. And I mean, he literally could, bro, he's like little tiny motherfucker. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I love it. My little dude is smart as shit, dude.
That's what my son is with his uncle, man. He's always trying to, like, beat him up and jump on him and stuff, chase him around. He's crazy. He's crazy when it comes to his uncles. He does the same to me, though. He be beating my ass, man. My son be beating my ass.
We're not ending in 3 minutes, but this YouTube guy told me we already tried this before, and this used to be an old rule: no swearing, no nothing in the first 10 minutes.
I know.
We're gonna try to do some other things to try to get, because the algorithm tried to let it slide. Even though it's late, I don't expect a bunch of views, right? I don't expect a bunch of views at going live at 4 a.m, but it's still trying to like get practice to make sure we don't do it. But I always come because y'all are cool. The late night cats, bro. That's why I have no problem going live late at night, because y'all are cool. Yeah. Y'all are fun, man. Like, I have a good time.
It's the best group.
It's the best. That's why me and Ryan, if you look at our streams, we would go live for 8 hours. And it would be in shifts, because we would start at like 11 o'clock at night, and we would have 11 to like 2 a.m. shift. And it would be one group of people that would stick around for like 2-3 hours. You know what I'm saying? And then you would have the next group that would come in, and that would be like the 420 clique. And they would stay till 420. They would smoke all the way through 420. And then we would have
You're 3 hours ahead of me, so like.
Then we would have the whole West Coast cats come in, and we would have the West Coast clique. And it would be the 520 to 720. You got the Aussies and everybody else coming in. It was fun. Like, we always that's why we would stay so long, because the late night cats were always so fun, bro. No, we're not ending in 3 minutes, man. I was saying in 10 minutes, I'll start my first topic. I'll start my first conversation where we can start acting a little goofy and shit. You know. So
I know. I told Walken where the fuck is he at right now?
Oh no, Sean. So look, I'll tell you the story about that too. I'll tell you the story about the party the day before. So the day before I had to go to a party. It's 10 minutes, so now I can do it. The day before I had to go to a party, there was supposed to be a chick. Now, let me get this right. A chick who identifies as a male wants to be called a male, but is pregnant with a child. Now, that's a little like misleading, you know what I'm saying? All these little kids and stuff, that's pretty confusing. And I'm over here like, man, I really don't want to go to this because I don't know how to handle some shit like that. Like, I don't know how I'm going to fucking really personally take it. I'm not going to lie. Like, I don't know if I can handle it.
It's freezing.
Like, weird, right? So anyways, I go to my brother's, and the whole time I got this mental mindset of like, oh, I'm going to be with a fucking tranny who's pregnant, who wants me to call her a fucking dude, who is a chick.
Oh, man.
It was like, how am I going to do this? I mean, I had nightmares over it overnight. Like, this shit's going to be crazy. Anyways, I get to my brother's, dude. And like, all right, so I'm getting ready to leave. And I'm talking to Sean, Ryan, Billy, and a few cats, right? We're all on Discord bullshit. And it was like earlier in the day, we were all laughing, smoking, doing our early day smoke sesh like we do.
Yeah.
And we're smoking. And I'm like, how can I fucking get my point across to these people? And one dude said, wear your MAGA hat. And I'm like, I don't know. I would if it was a better one. Like if it was like one that Ryan has, like he has like cool ones, like with like cool ones. Like, all right, I like a red, like look like I'm coming straight out of Charlotte, North Carolina. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Charlottesville. But anyway, so I have this Trump sweatshirt. You saw the one I wore yesterday. I wore that, right? But on the way to the party, my brother gives me this fucking dab, dude. That's why I didn't go live last night, to be honest. I did this fucking dab, and it was supposed to be for me and him. I didn't know. And it was my first rip of the day. I just woke up, dude. It was a wake and bake for me. And I ripped, I don't know, man. I guess 2 or 3 dabs in one. You know, it's like I just ripped it, and I like got like so high that I was like actually quiet. Like I was like lightweight noited. So when I started walking up to this party, dude, I mean, I was fucking baked. Like no lie, dude, I was uncomfortable almost, right? Not because I was too high, because I had to walk up in my brain thinking I'm gonna see this tranny chick, and I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna react, bro. I'm like,
yeah.
Fuck me, dude. So I have this Trump shirt on. I'm like, man. I'm like, Clay, like, bro, do you think I should, like, what do I do? I don't want him to, like, people to talk to me, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I stopped in the garage and I'm holding all these pizzas, bro. I'm carrying a bag, like a 5-pack of pizzas, you know, from Donato's or so. And I put my hoodie inside out. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'll be 100 with y'all. I put it inside out because I wanted to walk into the party, kind of slide in and sit down and like hope nobody would say nothing to me, even though like I'm Uncle Tim, like I gotta be fucking.
Yeah.
That was so big, I mean, legit. But yeah, so I never wore the sweatshirt. I tried to be respectful, and the training never showed, and I could have wore it with no problem.
They're probably like, Tim's over there, don't come.
Hey, man, my mom was like, I'm worried what's going to happen with my 2 sons. Like, what do you mean, Mom? My mom was worse than me and my fucking brother. She couldn't refer to it. Well, I just referred to it as it, too. Every time she talked about it, it was an it, dude. Like Ryan talks about midgets, she was talking about the damn tranny like a fucking it. Like it was not even it was fucking hilarious. She meant it too. She wasn't being like mean. She's Italian, 100% of the Italian.
Yeah.
Lady. She was like,
Traditional.
like, what do you call it? It really isn't it. I mean, come on, dude. You're a fucking
transgenderism, though.
That is, you know what I call that shit? I call it mental illness.
Yeah, but it's not classified as mental illness by any World Health Organization.
It should be.
The World Health, but that's what.
No, yes, it is. Bull fucking shit. It's not. In 1979, 1978.
Yeah, they tried to.
Hold on. 1978, if you identified as a male, you were classified as psycho. That changed the law in 1978. Look, I'll look it up, dude. Look, you were considered psychopath, literally unstable mental illness if you were a trainee. Look, I'll look it up. When was transgender cause?
That's hella funny. The World Health Organization, and then they put in parentheses, who?
Yeah, who?
Look. The World Health Organization.
World Health Organization transgender. So it's no longer. See, because it used to be, buddy.
Yeah,
so
it's no longer. But because
science
it
is though. Okay, because it is.
It's considered more of a physical disorder now because in order to be
but
transgender,
that's because these people are.
And to have those, you have to have high levels of estrogen, high levels of testosterone, with the chromosomes being naturally mutated to where it's like, hey, this female has an extra X chromosome, or this male has an extra Y. However it goes, like I don't know the exact fucking one, but all I know is that's what it involves now. So pretty much the medical term has advanced over the years to where it's like, hey, this is exactly what it is. It's not just a mental thing. In some cases, yes, but in most cases, it's just a chromosome disorder. To where, like, if your daughter wants to be a beautiful girl, right, and she just has too much testosterone, she's gonna grow hair on her face and stuff, and then because of your ways not wanting to like learn about it at all, right, then your daughter has to go to prom with a mustache.
Bro, it's a mental illness, bro. I don't give a fuck. It is, bro. It is.
That Wolfman kid, that little kid.
If I walked around and identified myself as a fucking tea kettle.
You don't remember that picture that went around?
It's a mental fucking illness, bro.
But you remember that picture that went around when we were kids with the werewolf guy?
Okay.
It was like a little kid that was like a werewolf, had hella hair. You know? I'm talking about kids like that, bro, where like, hey, they got way too much testosterone in their system. They need estrogen. That little girl needs estrogen so the hair can stop growing at such a fast rate. Because there's, if you use anything else on a kid like that involves like fucking with your follicles and all that shit, it's gonna fuck them up, bro. You need, you need natural elements. Yeah.
All right. So look, this is what I got. I got being transgender no longer classified as mental illness. Here's why. Now this is out of the what is this? What paper is this? I'm not sure, but being transgender is no longer classified as a mental illness by the World Health Organization. Which no one gives a fuck about the World Health Organization, by the way.
Ooh.
The World Health Organization is a shithole, fucking cunt bag, rag, fucking piece of shit that no one gives a fuck about. God, there goes every F word I was going to say for the whole show in one sentence. Son of a gun. But I hate the World Health Organization. They're trash. What they did during the, you know what? Man, they're not even legit at all. Anyways, a key sign of progress for an often marginalized community. WHO announced Monday that the newly released edition of the International Classified of Disease Gender Incongruence will now be classified as a sexual health condition. It used to be assigned as literally mental illness. I mean, this is only 7 years old, bro. So forever, if you literally thought you were a dude and a chick, dude, that's mental illness. That's why it's so funny that Gay Pride Month is the same month as Men's Health. It's Men's Health Awareness, Mental Health Awareness Month. It's the same month. It's Pride Month.
Yeah, I think often though, things in society, whether it's that or anything else, things that are different, right? and not common or rare in society, they're not celebrated, bro, by conservatives. They're not celebrated
Why
by
should
people
they
that,
be? Hold on,
you know,
hold on. No, let me
because
tell you why. Why should somebody like that get a month for their what's their best achievement? All right, first off, before I
well,
get
we're not
really
talking about whether they get a month or not. We're
no no
talking
no no
about
no 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 we are
okay.
because it's about to get nasty here. What achievement do gays or the LGBT community deserve to get flags and a
They
month? What
they
have we
survived. They
achieved to get
survived,
that
and they didn't
much?
get
Please let me
genocided
know.
out of existence.
What?
They survived, and they didn't get genocided out of existence because of hate and how you say
But
rejection
what
to
do they
social norms
do that's
and
so
rejection
special?
of outside of the social norms as well. As
But
my bad.
why wouldn't a straight person get that? We've survived it.
Well, because look at bro, straight people are the majority of the people on Earth, dude. So like, yeah, we've been murdering each other for years and all that other shit, but we still, bro, that doesn't have nothing to do with that. Gay people are a marginalized community.
No,
They have
dude.
been.
They get a flag. Listen, listen.
And we're supposed to be talking about trans
Listen,
people.
listen.
Matter of fact, trans
The
people are
only thing
marginalized.
about being gay and being straight, there's one thing that's different. And I'm going to use men as an example. And men fuck each other in the A. That's how they do it. Okay? You get a month and a flag for your biggest accomplishment is because you fucking the ass
No,
like
that's
a
not the
sodomite
accomplishment though.
gay.
That's
Bro.
that's the
Yeah,
that's
that's
the devil's
disgusting,
advocate way of
bro.
looking
Come
at it. But
on.
the accomplishment is
Is
surviving, bro.
what? Is what, bro?
Is it
You ain't
surviving?
producing no children.
It's
You ain't
surviving.
doing nothing
Now,
for
now,
society,
do we
bro.
want
You're
a
not.
whole month because
The
of
whole
that?
point of
No.
life is to
But the question
procreate,
is,
bro. You're not procreating fucking each other in the ass, homie. That's just sodomite, bro. God put us here to
don't use
procreate,
Sodom
not
and
fuck
Gomorrah,
each other in
bro.
the
You
ass
know
and get a
damn
flag and
well
call it a
Sodom and
fucking.
Gomorrah was doing way more fucked up shit than gay shit. They was doing a lot of
No
shit. They was
way.
fucking with
Yeah,
the
Sodom and
angels,
Gomorrah is no
bro.
shit. They should
In
get
one part of
wiped
the
out too,
Bible,
bro.
from
Hey, you know
Enoch,
that, Alan, you were talking about sending them there too, bro. You know what I'm
hey,
saying?
bro, Sodom and Gomorrah. Hey, I'll tell you what, they use Sodom and Gomorrah a lot, but Sodom and Gomorrah did a lot more than gay shit. If you read the story, okay,
No,
they was
I
fucking
bet
with
they did.
they was
But
fucking with
dude,
the angels and
what
shit.
comes with the
You know?
gay shit is all that other shit, though. I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you, what comes with that comes with this. That's just how it goes, bro.
Yeah, no. Also, this is like, do I think they deserve a month or whatever? No, but you asked me the question of why they get a month, and the most most
So wait,
most other people, marginalized communities, they get months and all these different things, right? Most of the time, they get those because most of the time they're being celebrated for not being erased out of existence and prevailing.
so
And
why don't Native Americans have a month?
they do.
What month?
Let me see.
How come it's not celebrated? Like, how come there's not rainbow fucking shirts in every single Target and store in the whole
Well,
fucking
because they have
celebrated?
reservations and everything, and they do celebrate a lot of stuff.
No, dude, no. They have like
Native
festivals for
American
these
holiday.
fucking. These people don't procreate, bro. Come on, you know it as a Christian. God didn't put us here to fucking put it in each other's ass and fucking be fucking sodomites. Sorry, fucking fuck. God, I can't say fuck. Try
There's
not
Native
to say
American
it.
Day.
Fuck.
There's Soil. There's Mahaki, and then there's Tayo, and then there's Green Corn Ceremony. The Sundance, they do that out here. Apache Girls Sunrise Ceremony. The Crow Fair, the Eagle Dance. All of these are like it goes on. The list goes on, but these are all the Delaware and Wyoming who observe the Native American Day on different dates. These are different states that observe them: California, Nevada, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Arizona. But they're mostly localized holidays. But the very top ones are federalized holidays. But they're not fucking like you're not taking no days off work for it.
So Ashley said, and I'm taking all. Listen, I'm not. I'm giving y'all a real what's it called? Hardcore version to get it. I want reactions from y'all. I want reactions.
I see you, Aquarius.
I'm being a little harsh, but the truth is kind of harsh sometimes. And I don't see it as like any other way other than like like as a black dude, right? You don't feel a little slighted that they got more days than you do in the goddamn, I'm sorry, God.
Ooh.
That the gays get more days in the month to celebrate than you
Well,
do.
that's a conversation we were having before yesterday when I told you about the reason and what the black community is doing right now. Why
I just
but
wanted
at the
to bring
same
it up
time,
because they didn't hear it.
being on a platform, I'm gonna tell you, as a representative, I have to be responsible with the words I use on here because I don't want to make people think that when they go to see my counterpart, my other part, that's somebody from my culture, right? And when they go meet up with these people and stuff and try to get together and do stuff, the connections that are positive, I don't want to break those connections by sowing distrust into each other. But what I am going to say is this: when black people show up for gay people, for Indian people, for trans people, for Jewish people, for Palestinians, and when we're the head of every fucking civil rights movement all the time, all we ask is you show back up for us. That's it. And remember that, because every time we're out there talking about Black Lives Matter, you motherfuckers are talking about all lives matter. And it's not just the trans and gay people. It's also the Mexicans, the immigrants. They say the same thing. All lives matter. Why is it just Black Lives Matter? That's like going to a heart convention and talking about, what about cancer? It's stupid. So that being said, that's what the black culture is at right now. That's why you don't see us spray painting Teslas and going out. We don't care about your Social Security because you guys never gave a fuck about our lives, bro. And that's worth way more than any fucking dollar bill, bro. You didn't care about our livelihoods. You didn't care about our equality. So do I feel slighted? Do I feel slighted? Yes, I do. But I also know.
What does that got to do with the gays having more days than you in a goddamn month?
Exactly. Yeah, I do feel slighted though. We feel slighted all the time.
You just deflected. Just get to the damn point.
No, I got to the point. I told you the point at the end.
How does that make you feel?
The point at the end was, do I feel slighted? Yes.
Okay, that's it. Done. Why you gotta turn it into all that other BLM
ask a black man that and expect him not to explain the whole story?
But at the end of the day, the fucking answer to the question is, yeah, I feel slighted. Them gay motherfuckers ain't accomplished shit that we did in the last 60 years.
I'm gonna put dialogue.
Fuck that shit.
You ask me a question like that, I'm gonna add dialogue.
Your community is way more fucking bro, come on.
Because if you ask me a question like that, and I just say yes, it leaves people room to like say, okay, this is what he really means then. No, I'm going to clarify what the fuck I mean when I do say yes. When I say, do I feel slighted? Yes, in this way. But I do not want to break positive connections between the black community and other people that really do want to help and make life better for all humans. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to break those those positive connections, you know what I'm saying? But I am going to let you guys know when black people show up for your civil rights, when we're trying to save your health care and all that shit, you better show up for us when we're fucking, saying, hey, this is what's going on to us is wrong too. Y'all better show up, because when they took your Social Security away, a lot of white people was out there like, oh, hell no. But hey, Black Lives Matter, fuck all that, right? Fuck all that shit, right?
This person. Oh, so. Ashley said she's a Jewish LGBTQ plus person that used to be married to a Hispanic trans woman. Oh, man. That's a hell of a fucking lineup right there, Ashley. I'm not going to lie. I still love you, though. That's fucking crazy.
Exactly. Hey, Ashley, see, but you're the people I'm talking about. Ashley, you're the good people I'm talking about. But I'm talking about the people that are already rich or whatever, and they're mad that people are being mean to them because they're gay or whatever, right? And you want us to show up for you and fight for you, but when it's time to help out us black people and shit, a lot of them guys don't show up. A lot of them liberals don't show up. A lot of them Democrats don't show up, but we're at the forefront of every civil rights movement, whether there's a political movement behind us or not. Because all we want to do is make sure that everybody would never get treated the way black people have been treated throughout fucking history, bro. We don't want that to happen to nobody, but it happens to some white people in Germany. You give them our whole country, bro. You kick the original Israelites out and you give it, no wonder people are anti-Semitic, bro. And then you guys claim you're the real Israelites? You're not.
They're not. They're not. And that's another topic for another day. But we talked about this also.
Stop pretending. Know your history. Know who you are as a person.
They're not.
That's how who the fuck I am.
They're not. Good. That's why we call them, and then a lot of the ones that claim it here, we call them the Zionists, because that's what they are.
Yeah. Zionists.
They're fake Jays that really have allegiance to Israel.
You know, what happened to them was messed up, though. I don't fucking agree with that, and I'm sure as hell not no fascist. Fuck Hitler. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You just realize that was a big smack in the black people's face too, because we were still fighting just to use the same pisser as people, and you guys get genocided, even though we've been getting genocide for thousands of more years before that ever happened. And then they give you a whole country, and then they kick us out of our own country, and they give it to you, and then you guys say we're the real Israelites, and this is ours. And then you know what they do? They tell you go kill those Indians over there because it's fun. We do it all the time right here in America. Why don't y'all go do it? You know? So, yeah, man. It's fucking wild, bro. It's wild, the hypocrisy and how we're indoctrinated, bro, to believe all this bullshit, bro.
Hey, man. I agree with that, actually, though. I'd like to stand with all people. But see, all people are hateful, man. Because you got to understand, like me and Del were talking about, you know, people just, they judge so fast, right?
Yeah.
And like people can get the wrong, like if you don't know me, you might get an impression that I'm this far right, and I'm like this crazy, and that is not the case. And everybody knows that actually knows me. But your first opinion is going to be what most people go roll with, right? But once you realize how I really think, you start to realize, like, hey, I really do stand with everything, but I still am old school, and I still have a no nonsense bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm very open to learning and to understanding. And I've done that more in the last 6 months to a year than I have my whole life. As far as your community and learning about, bro, I'm friends with fucking furries, bro. You know, I don't even care, bro. If you're a good person at this point in my life, that's all that really matters.
Yeah. And that's what it is, bro. Like, you're not gonna learn anything by being a closed-minded individual. That's one thing where even the Democrats fuck up at. They don't want to talk to Republicans at all. They don't want to do no work with them. If they're independent journalists that are Democratic, they don't want to talk to conservatives at all because they feel like they're talking to a brick wall. When really you should be trying to break through those walls, bro, and learn from each other so you could find a common ground and make each other agree, and that way everybody would be happy. There's certain things that people will probably never agree on, but above all, we should not be debating human rights at all. We should be fucking open to all possibilities to where everybody can have the best chance possible at life, bro. You know? You guys want to talk about handouts and shit? We give handouts to billionaires every day.
Dude, bro, Sean.
Every day.
Hold on, Sean. Sean and his fucking neighbor. I'm going to tell this story, bro. Sean, one day, he blew his neighbor's leaves. I believe that's what it was. Out of the kindness of his beautiful heart. You know, he's a good Alaskan man. And his dickhead neighbors never fucking helped ever. Doesn't he blow his leaves on your lawn, or is that me, my parents? One of them had a fucking neighbor that just blows their leaves on their damn lawn. But yeah, or is it like, didn't like shovel his driveway? Maybe that's what it was. You shoveled his driveway, and then he never will shovel yours. Just a dickhead. It was something though, but Sean never would let it go. He's like, you know, out of kindness in my heart, shoveled this basically this guy's fucking driveway, you know. But anyways, dude, you want to know something I learned today, dude? I heard this story floating around, and I was like, bro, this is not true. And I heard it through the family, right? And they're like, yeah. So one of my father-in-law, right?
Yeah.
He's like bragging. He's like, when I was in high school, we swam naked in class. Like in gym class, swim class, they actually swam naked. And I'm like, no fucking way, dude. And I literally was like, no way, dude. No way. And I heard it like another time, and he was bragging about it, and I just dismissed it like this dude's crazy. Like, no fucking way, right? So I Google, I said, what's the name of your high school, dude? Right? Because there's got to be, if that really happened, then there's got to be an article somewhere, Reddit, something, right?
Yeah.
I Google his high school. It's in Michigan, right? Of course, Michigan.
Yeah. Flint
what
water.
Expect, right?
Swim in the Flint water.
Exactly. I actually asked him, I said, did you guys swim in the Flint water for shit's sake? But I looked it up, and yes, dude. I said, "Did you go to school in the '70s?" He's like, "Yep." I'm like, "It's not lying, dude." It really said, bro. They literally swam with no swimsuits.
Why? Because the school couldn't afford them or something, or what?
No, I don't fucking know. You tell me why.
That's fucking weird.
What's
bro.
the damn reasoning? And
Only
then
the
I
dad-
went back in history, and dude, it got worse and worse and worse. I'm like, oh my god. In Germany, they were really fucking liberal about that shit. And then in like Pennsylvania, they were really liberal about it, like all the way down to the 5-year-olds. And I was
In
like,
California,
what?
They ain't doing that shit, bro.
Nowadays, no, but I'm going, whoa, dude. Like that's how far we've evolved. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
we've come that was in the 70s. You know, that's in a man's lifetime.
but
That's
like,
not
yeah,
that
and then
old
like,
still.
and
Like
then,
he
like,
was able
not
to
even
say
15 years, not even 15 years before the 70s, bro. They used to make girls take like shock therapy, bro. If they were not getting along with their husbands, they would literally call it hysteria, bro. And like it was only postpartum from just having a kid, and it was like, you know, their period, messing with their hormones and stuff like that, and they would give them shock therapy, bro. They used to give fucking women shock therapy and tranquilizers, bro. That shit was running rampant from the 50s all the way through like the fucking early, the later 60s. People were doing that to their wives, bro. Like that shit was crazy.
I'm talking about schooling though, and then also back in the day, you know, they used to teach the kids how to shoot, you know, their shotguns, bro. They would bring their shotguns to school and have actual target practice and learn how to hunt and shoot.
Yeah.
And my thing is are the schools getting, you know, too liberal? Like don't they still should be teaching safety, because like we said at the, you know, we always talk about, you know, pews and all that shit,
Yeah.
right? And what's a solution? Maybe that would be a solution.
I don't think so.
Like, or do you think
because
nowadays
kids'
we're
brains
just
are still
psycho
developing at
that
that
we would
time.
just
To
shoot
teach them,
each other in fucking school at that point?
yeah, but look, to teach kids gun safety, right, is one thing. Like make them watch videos and all that, but to physically put firearms in their hands and all that, that's a whole nother thing, bro. Their brains are still developing. Once they know how to use it and all that shit, bro, you're pretty much fucking like, you know, I don't know how to say it, bro. Like you're giving a kid that's supposed to be like learn how to ride a bike on training wheels a fucking mini bike, bro. You know what I'm saying? And he's never rode a bike before.
Those are people
So
that
it's
are
like
gonna be
it's kind of
more
like that, bro. He might know how to
responsible,
ride the mini bike straight, but he'll probably, you know, kind of hit the gas a little too hard on the corner and crash. I feel like it's the same thing, man. Their brains are developing. They're gonna think it's all a joke because it's in my school. I'm getting taught. It might as well be. And
not if you
you know,
teach them the safety, because like,
yeah,
dude,
but like, okay, so what age? What age would you start at? What age would you start at?
If you look
Though?
at the crime rate,
Let's talk about the age, though. What age would you start at? Let's
no,
start
bro. Even if any of the
So,
crime rate when
like
it comes to
junior
gun
high,
violence, it's usually
school.
99% or something crazy, dude.
Would you teach it in high school though?
Not, dude. Back in the day, there was not as much violence with it. People carried them
No, but
around.
I'm saying,
Nowadays,
grade do you
kids
start
just
at
scare you.
when you start learning about the gun safety in schools? What
I
grade
think
do you start
anybody
at?
a lot of kids learn gun safety.
Yeah, I'm saying, but like when they're little kids, they're innocent.
Yeah, when they're
You don't
little,
want them learning about guns.
like my
what age would you
cousins,
start at? Like 16,
my uncle,
15?
for example. Hold on, bro. You talk too much. Hold on.
I was just
My
asking
uncle,
what age.
for example, fucking taught my cousins how to, shoot when they were like 5, dude. Taught them how to clean, told them how to lock it, how to take it apart, how to do it the right way. And so do a lot of people, bro. Like there's nothing wrong with teaching people how to do it properly so that they can handle it. Like that's crazy talk to let them figure it out on their own. Because they're still going to go get one. Like you carried one, I'm sure. We all carried one at one point, right?
Yeah.
Did you
and not legally,
proper safety? Probably not.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know, man.
I'm saying this, bro. I'm saying this. As far as guns go, I don't have no problem like having gun safety as an elective class that your parents have to sign and make sure that, you know what I'm saying? Because some parents might not be comfortable with that. They might be like, you know what? I don't want my kid learning about guns and shit. He's a nerd. He comes home and plays Pokemon Snap and shit. Like, I don't want him. I want him to stay innocent.
I mean, it would be an elective.
And
it would be an elective.
Make it
not everybody took swim class. Like I never took.
But then you would have to start at a younger age. You would have to start at like maybe 15, 16 at the most, because I don't think like 14 and 13-year-olds in junior high should be like learning about guns. They should still be
Well,
like focusing on school and shit. You know,
I
high
mean,
school you get electives. You know.
yeah, I can dig with that, but I think the younger the better. You
Yeah, I
start
don't
with
think so.
maybe
I
like
saw this
BB
little
guns
kid,
or
bro.
like airsoft
He's
guns or
not a little
something,
kid,
you know,
but he's
like
my
something of the sort.
yeah. I seen
You
my
know,
girlfriend's nephew, right?
something safe where they can actually just learn it and learn how to store it and how to like, because then that saves probably a lot of different issues.
Yeah, but it's kind of like you're enabling kids though with like the power, bro, to murder somebody, and that's the responsibility
Eh,
adults have to have, not kids in high school, bro. It's adult
no,
responsibility
man.
to
If you're
protect them.
gonna do
You're
that,
giving
though,
them the tools to be like, okay, you know how to use a gun now, so if a guy comes, you know you're gonna know what to do with this. Okay, cool.
yeah.
But that guy might be more experienced that's coming after you. He might be a full-on
So
adult,
what?
fully
That's
trained,
right, bro.
and you're
What if you
telling your
don't know
kid that
nothing,
you're teaching him
dude?
these little stupid classes and all
The
that,
younger
right?
the better.
Is
Yeah,
gonna help
I
him
think the
against that,
younger the better.
you know? And even if he does have a little pew pew, right? What if the other dude brings the big one, the big pew pew? You know what I'm saying? What's he gonna do against
But
that?
that's not the whole
And don't let that
point,
guy be
though.
trained
But
either.
that's not the point of gun
Because you're
safety.
telling
The
me that there's a
safety is to
15-year-old
not
kid
do that,
that
though.
takes one gun
The whole
class in the
point of it
school
all is to
that
teach
can
him
take
to
on
not.
somebody like that?
No.
Yeah.
The whole point is to teach him to not do that. That's the whole
Exactly.
point.
Yeah.
You're
But
fucking acting like they're just gonna know the whole point. And if someone's gonna actually do that, they're already mentally fucking
Yeah,
wired to do that.
I think an elective gun class
I'm sorry,
would be
dude.
dope.
Like,
I think that would be dope, an elective gun class for sure.
yeah,
But
because I think there's a lot of people that it would save. I
yeah,
think it would save a lot of people down the
we
line,
could
dude.
agree
Like,
on that for sure. I can
yeah,
agree.
because there's
Elective gun
got to
class.
be some way for it for because it's not going away, and you're not
Yeah, and that's
taking
for
it
kids,
away.
and that would stop a lot of the school pew pews. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
as far as before the school pew pews, what about those kids that go to grocery stores and do that weird stuff? Or what about the kids that go to the Gilroy?
like to
Like,
the
well, you know where Gilroy's
churches
at,
and
right?
do that.
Gilroy's
Well,
in
dude, they do
California.
that. That
You
shit's
know?
crazy, bro.
Or kids that try
I
to go
think
to
a lot
and
of them are
assassinate the president.
brainwashed
You
to
know,
do that, though. I think
like
a lot
kids.
of them are brainwashed through the CIA and the government to do that shit, though.
Well, not just the
Honestly.
CIA, bro. I think they're also they're very disturbed, bro. Very disturbed people.
Well,
Like
no, they are
look
disturbed,
at the
and that's
video
why they
game
do it.
industry, how big the video game industry has gotten. Before, I used to look at
I
my
gotta
mom
mute
like,
you, bro,
it's just
because
a
you
video
talk too
game.
much,
It's
my dude.
GTA,
I
mom.
gotta
You
mute
know?
you, bro, because you don't know everything, and I just know a lot of shit, dude. And you talk so much. I gotta talk, dog. So no, bro, the CIA be doing that shit, bro, and I'll give you mad instances, bro. Like in here in Columbus, Ohio itself, not Columbus, Cincinnati, there was a dude who had mad mental illness, okay, who had mental illness, who was a loner, and that's what they do with most of these people you're talking about. They all have
Yeah.
mental illness. They're all loners. Most of them don't have parents or single parents, okay. And what these people do, it's literally, and I'm using this as an actual example. You can pull up the articles, I will, but I want to tell the story. In Cincinnati, there was a kid who they friended on the internet, which was the FBI, CIA. They friended him. They had him go to this like house where they act like they were cool with him and they were playing this video game, but what it was teaching him how to do a mall pum, right?
Yeah.
But it was on a large scale. And they were teaching him this. Well, the dude had he was like autistic or some shit. Went home to his dad and told him about this video game that he was playing. And the dad didn't put it all together, but he did think it was real weird because the kid had no friends, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, those people actually, what's up, soy sauce? Those people actually set him up because the dude was like, so what they did at the end of the day when they were done with them, because the dad was kind of starting to catch on. What they did was they set him up and they had him act like he was going to do a bombing. And they planted a bunch of bombs and like set him up like, hey, come meet up with us. And just act like they had this giant sting, this terrorist thing. And it all came out. The people got arrested, the agents, it all came out because when they cleaned his computer, the only friends he had were all FBI and CIA, bro. He had no friends that weren't. He was completely set up. And that's just one person I could go down the line because the
Yeah,
Project
but what I'm saying
Montauk.
is most of these major events don't have just anything to do with them too, right? Like in the whole, it's a statistic of other situations. The reason people are mentally ill and doing mass shootings.
Exactly. What? No, wait. What?
I said like when earlier because before you muted me, I was saying yeah, the CIA does have involvement in things, but I was saying it's also a number of other things too. You know what I'm saying? How we don't pay attention to the mental health, not just of our adults, but also our children. You know what I'm saying? And we don't invest enough into that. Also, the video game industry has gotten really big, bro, to where these kids, like my little brother is a victim of it right now. He gets his little vape pen, he stays in the dark, he gets really angry at my mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, just goes crazy, bro. And all he does is play shooting games all day, all day.
Hey, I'm
He
not
got in
gonna.
a
I'm
fight
not
one
gonna
time. He
argue
called
that
me and
point.
asked for my pew
Not
pew,
gonna
bro.
argue that
He
point,
called me
bro.
and asked for my pew pew, bro. And this fool don't call no CIA. He ain't no Men in Black or none of that shit. This fool's just sitting in his room, not getting no vitamin D from the fucking sun, and he's not. You know what I'm saying? He's not in. He's still like a little kid in his mind, bro. And
So are video games?
yeah,
So
but
then, could you
I'm
say
not saying
video
video
games are
games, but I'm
dangerous?
saying the addiction to media and entertainment and the isolation part. How you could just isolate yourself, right? And you don't have the mental capacity like us because we got age. We grew up in a time, bro, where you played outside. Lucky for us, thank God, right? Because these people, he's only
Yeah.
20. So he's grown up like this all his life where,
Yeah, I don't
yeah, for a
understand
little
it.
bit it
I'm
was
seeing
like
it
that.
now, and I'm
But
like,
now
dude, this
we
is
got
crazy. Go
these
outside and play.
and and it's after high school. He's in a small town. Like I said, we're not that many. There's not that many of us out here. So he's by himself all the time, bro. His attitude, bro. Because of his attitude, I can't really hang around him, bro. Because I'll be telling him things he doesn't want to listen. And what makes me think I'm gonna have him around me all the time if he's just gonna like just
No, I get
act
it.
up.
I hear what
So
you're saying,
so
man.
all I'm saying is I see kids like that all the time. I see other kids that are like that. Not kids, but 20-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 23-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? They're just isolating themselves constantly and they don't want to like self-reflect, bro, and then they end up exploding because nobody understands them. And that's how you get the pew pewings and not even
Well,
just pew pewings, but the murders, in
well,
general.
when we were kids, right? Like we would play basketball, bro, and football in the backyard, like till the sun came down. You know what I'm saying? Even
Yeah.
if we had,
Yeah.
like, we weren't allowed to really be home. It wasn't even like a question. It was like, go
Yeah.
play. You didn't want to
Yeah.
be home. It was like, I don't want to be home.
There
Like,
was something wrong with you if you just
if
stayed
you were
home.
home like that, you were like, yeah, there was something wrong with you.
Yeah,
So that's how we grew
you
up.
had like a hobby that you were extremely into and you were really good at. Like I knew a lot of people that used to just stay home and tag all day. They would go outside at night, tag everything up, but during the day,
Yeah.
you didn't know where those fools were at because they're at their house drinking a beer, just drawing, getting ready to go put some stuff down tonight, like
Or
in the
writing
zone.
rhymes or doing whatever you do. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
exactly.
Like
That's what
there
it
was
was.
out skateboarding, that, like, bro,
Yeah.
dude,
So
I
I
don't
see
know,
my
man.
little
That's why
brother, bro,
it's
and
crazy.
that's why I equate these kids that are doing this crazy stuff to, because it's like, yeah, that's why, bro. You tell them that, hey, it's okay to do this, and then you normalize it in your media. You do all this, and you're right. It gives the CIA room to tap into these kids' heads, But then the
Yeah,
other
and that's how
percentage
you
of it
get.
is pure mental health and pure bad parenting and pure access to guns that they shouldn't have access to because we don't have enough regulation to make sure whether this people that own this gun are psychopaths or not, because it doesn't take a doctor to certify somebody that's doesn't qualify to own a gun. Sometimes it takes like, hey, this guy got the police called on the other day because he said some crazy stuff, but this didn't come up when he tried to register for a gun.
Well, Ashley said this, and I agree, and I didn't get to finish her whole comment. So what I read so far, I agree, and and it sucks when I read this because it said, she said, my kid is 9, and I let him play outside with the neighbor kid, but man, some places are just too sketchy to have your kids out, even in the yard. We have Peeping Tom a year ago and vagrants trying to fight my man and shit. I don't want my kid out there. And that's sad, bro. That's sad, like where our society's at these days. Like to the point where, kids, that's where I was going with to tell you is we felt free. Our parents, like bro, the people nowadays are just, I don't know what is up. If it's, obviously there's a lot of propaganda and mental illness, but our kids aren't safe. They really aren't. It's not the same to go there's no way my sister would let my nephew go run out in the yard and play without her watching. There's no effing way. That's not happening, dude. That's not, it's never going to happen again. That's dead, dude. Hold on. I need to let Dell back on. Okay. Yeah, but that's dead. You know what I'm saying? I need you back up here. So I need to remove this. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
My bad, bro.
I need to remove that one, Serenity. The one so he comes up on top by me again.
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah, there you go.
I hear what she's saying, because I'm the same way. Like I said, my kid is elementary.
Thank you. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I get it. I get what you're saying, and it sucks because when we were kids, we were able to do that. And so it makes it it's tougher for them to go outside. It's not as safe. And then you're telling me, because I'm not really into the first shooter games and all that type of stuff. I just don't get into it. I was more into sports in my life. But if you're telling me it's doing that to these young minds on top of being home because they're scared of that, it's kind of a dangerous combination.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If you're constantly playing this or you're constantly watching violent stuff, right? And then you're just alone all the time. Come on, bro. Along with bad parenting, along with being in poverty, along with having the shitty friends at school,
Love you, Katie.
It all just makes this snowball effect, and then people will explode, bro. And it happens in adulthood too, for sure.
Yeah.
People want to pay their rent and stay in their room and chill, and people make fun of them for it, and then eventually they, and that's why, man, we all gotta love each other and operate in love, bro, before we start judging and shunning people. We gotta open up and be open up to all conversation, or else you're gonna keep getting those results, and that's something that no gun regulation or anything like that's gonna fucking counteract. It starts with community. It starts with helping each other, making sure that this kid can come outside and play some basketball, that he has somebody to come, accountability buddy from South Park, an accountability buddy. We need accountability buddies, bro.
That'll never happen. Like Sean said, man, when in the 80s and the 90s, bro, used to run around the yard like crazy. Hey, mom, I'm going to Baba's house. Bye. We're going to play football at the park. We're going to play basketball at so-and-so's house. That's all we did. At least me as a kid. Or we're going skating, bro. We're going skating. Once you're about 13, 14, we're going skating, bro.
Yeah, but it is still that. Look, I understand.
I'm sure it's still a thing, though. I still think there's still kids out there that go skating. Yeah. That play football and basketball every day. I don't think that that's a dead thing. I don't. I really don't. I still think that there's still great kids out there doing this shit. I have faith. I have faith. And there's kids out there tagging right now.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
There's kids writing rhymes right now. There's kids out there doing their damn thing right now. I believe that. I believe it.
Yeah, it's just the aspect of life, though, what life is to them and what life was for us growing up, It's just the aspect of that, and they're probably tripping in their heads right now, bro.
Yeah, poor kids.
If I was 21 right now, I'd be tripping,
man.
Bro.
Dude, we're tripping. I mean, our generation is tripping because we're caught in the middle of this whole thing, man.
Yeah, exactly. We were told that as long as we work hard and pay our bills, that we'll have a house and everything will be fine. Gen X got a little bit of that. Lucky for them. But us millennials, shit, bro.
And the whole just the PC culture itself, dude. They told us to go to college. They said go to college.
Everything will be fine, right?
And not to have kids, right? Wait till you're older to have kids.
I got told to have kids, but only after I got out of college.
Yeah, after college. Yeah. Right? When you're older. Yeah. When you're older.
Everybody's parents told me.
They literally are responsible for that. That was our generation. Don't have kids. go to college, spend all your money, and but we were able to say and do shit that nowadays isn't unheard of.
Yeah, it really
We
is,
were,
bro.
we were able to do things like literally live our lives without the worry of social media and the worry of cameras and the worry of even cell phones. Like we would have them, but like, you could go off the radar. You could be gone for a few days and nobody would be able to find your ass, bro. Nowadays, good luck.
Yeah, because a house
Good
is worth
luck,
10 times.
dude.
A house is worth 10 times as much as it was, and the living wage hasn't went up since recently it went up a little bit, but the living wage other than that, hasn't went up in like hella years, bro, decades. You know, so if you got a living wage, I hear what she's saying right there. If you got a living wage though that can keep up with the oh my god, I'm so lit right now. The
So,
prices of a house, your rent, your mortgage or whatever that can keep up with that, right? Then everything would be fine. There are more empty houses in California right now than there are homeless people, dude. And they're empty.
well, Ashley's saying, hear me out. I am a single income household and I have owned a house in my lifetime. It depends on what you do. Well said. I mean, I agree with that. I can't
Yeah.
argue with that.
Yeah,
You know?
but I'm talking, I'm just saying, like, compared to the 50s, 60s, 70s, even like the 90s,
I
man.
try to tell him
Look
that
at the
all the
price of a
time.
house,
I try to tell him that
and
all
now
the
look at
time.
a price
Actually.
now of
He
a
doesn't
house.
understand that shit. That like
You guys don't
you
understand
make what you
economy,
make
though.
of it.
You don't understand economy because back in the day, a living wage used to pay your rent. Now, a living wage, no, three jobs in California will pay your mortgage. Your rent, you will have to work
Yeah,
80 plus
California is
hours.
out of control, dude.
Yeah,
California is
you
out
know.
of control. I
And
can't
then other
argue with
places,
that.
and then if you try to go
California
to
is
other
out of
places,
control,
right?
dude.
When you're used to that California wage, like myself, right? I'm not gonna go get paid $7 an hour in Texas. Who the fuck? What? I'd rather save money here and live in a trailer and then come to Texas and buy a house. I'm not gonna work no $7 an hour. And then you're talking about your gas prices out there, bro. In every state, your minimum wage is reflected of your gas prices. So learn
You guys
economics.
have
Because
crazy
that I hate
gas
when they try to
prices.
flex that. That's so
Your
crazy.
minimum wage is
That's
so high, dude,
yeah.
for nothing. You have $18 Big Macs, bro.
Well, no,
Meal.
they're not $18. The meal
Meal.
is $18. The Big Mac is
Yeah, the
actually like
meal.
$11 or $12, maybe. I think something like that.
I read an article that there's
If you go to
places
San Francisco, it's dumbass expensive though.
$18 for a
San Francisco
fucking
has
Big
fucking
Mac meal.
$8 gas, bro. Like $7 to $8 gas, bro.
How much is
Everywhere
your
else,
egg?
it's
So
like
like
$3, $4.
so with the living wages, it's really hard to
Yeah, to say that like, oh, well, I have a house, but no, bro. Look at the other millions of people that are getting paid a living wage. They're going to work. They're doing all the right shit, and there's nothing realistic that they could afford. There's just nothing. I know a lot of people out here, bro. Thousands of people, and then I know people in Colorado. Same thing, same problem, bro. They work. They just can't get in somewhere, bro. You know, because they can't save. There's always bills kicking their ass. There's always taxes kicking their ass. There's always just different things kicking their ass, bro. And it's not even
okay,
that they're doing
so
wasteful spending. They're spending money on things they really need, like car insurance.
actually saying I live in Colorado now, but bought my first house for 360,
Yeah.
260K, single home, sole owner, lost it in my divorce. Son of a bitch. I'm sorry, Ashley.
Wow. I'm
Now
sorry.
I rent a 3-bedroom flat apartment for $1,800 a month. My shit's like 12. Yeah, I was like, mine's like $1,200 a month for a
That sounds
one
nice
bedroom.
though, because I like Colorado, man. Colorado has hope, man. Let me see real quick. I want to see
You
what they
said, man, I remember a Burger King when it was $5.35 an hour, Sean. Love you,
Yeah,
dog. You
I
my
remember that shit too.
dog.
And the
It's
5.35 an hour
$5 a
actually used to
gallon in
pay your
San
rent, bro.
Francisco, Rob said. $5 a gallon isn't that bad.
Why did I forget how to fucking spell Colorado right now?
I think it's like 230 something in Ohio, dude. Hold on, let me see. I think it's like 230 something in Ohio. How much is gas average in Ohio? $3.56. How much is the gas average in Columbus, Ohio? $3. $3 and like 0.038 cents. About $3 a gallon here. So that's
Man,
not too
so
bad, dude. That's
that's
not
all right.
too bad.
Um,
Yeah. Is this
if
the
you live
Diddy
in Denver,
party?
if you're in
Yeah, we're
Denver,
gonna talk about Diddy. We are. We're
if
gonna.
you're in Denver, you get
But Diddy
$15
did
an
it.
hour, which is all right. That's actually doable. $15 an hour in Denver. But if you're anywhere else, mainly in Colorado, it's $11.79 an hour. So to get a $360,000 house on a minimum wage of $11.79 an hour, shit, good for you, man. But the average house out here in California is that or more. You know, the average house for a 1 bedroom, for a 2 bedroom, it's like fucking $300,000.
Dude, Sean, I love you, Sean. So in 1999,
Yeah,
I didn't drive. Gas was 99 cents a gallon. I got my license
man. I
in
remember,
2000, right?
bro. I remember I was in the Bay
Gas
Area.
went
It was
up to
$1.99
it
a
literally
gallon.
doubled. It
Fuck.
doubled the day I got my license.
You ain't never lied, bro.
And it
'Cause-
never went back, dude. My whole life, bro. Like I remember when it was like in the 80s and the 90s. I never in my lifetime, but I remember seeing it. You know, I remember seeing it. Even like, bro, like just to tell you how expensive things are and like how lucky we actually are, because we bitch about minimum wage, we bitch about the cost of living here, and it is out of control. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
But I talk, I talk to a lot of people, and there's a
But
guy
we
I
had to
talk
hustle
to in
our way
South
here, though,
America, Argentina, right?
Yeah.
And dude, their beer and their cost of living is so high, dude. Like their cigarettes and beers are like really expensive, dude.
Yeah.
But other stuff's way cheap. But
Yeah.
they make like 50 cents an hour, dude. $1.50 an hour, bro.
Yeah. There's people in Mexico that were working at Subway, and this one dude makes like something an hour. You know.
That's insane, dude.
And
That's why I
works
said,
at-
like, even at our worst, it's still better than most places.
But you know that's what some of the people in the field get paid too, right?
Where?
Because like I've worked in the fields before, the strawberry fields, the watermelon fields. I've worked in the onion fields in Gilroy. Those people get paid like and people like me, just because I'm an American, I'll get paid the fucking minimum wage because they have to pay me that because I'm entitled to that. But the immigrants, those fools get paid like at the most $5 an hour, bro. And they're out there for days, nigga, in the rain, snow, or something, making sure that we get all our food and shit. And it's
crazy.
shit. I can imagine that coming to America hoping for a better life. They're like, yeah, bro, here's $3 an hour.
Right? Here you go. That's kind of fun.
But hey, it's that or stay home and get your head cut off by.
But most of them don't have to pay taxes.
Yeah, but no, actually they do pay into taxes, bro. Because when they get,
when they buy cigarettes, beer, and
no,
they
listen,
do, but not on
the fields. They get paychecks, bro. There's this place here, right, where we call them paisas out here, where all the paisas they go and they cash their paychecks, at this little gas station, right, and they don't have social securities. You know, some of them are just they're even undocumented, but they still can get paid in the checks as long as they have their names. And those checks get cashed over there all the time. So these guys do pay taxes in a way when they get their little checks from the field and stuff, because they're individual checks from the farmer himself. He writes them out to them. So you don't have to have a green card for that. You don't have to have a social security for that. You could just go work in the field. So even when they're illegal, they still pay into the system no matter what. That's how America's banking system works. They're not going to pay you in cash unless maybe they knew you were coming already, but nobody gets treated special like that. Most of those motherfuckers get paid in these little paper checks. They go right here to the local liquor store. They buy their little cerveza, and then they cash their check. You know?
You know what I forgot to mention in the past
And
topic?
that goes into the American tax system.
I have to go back while we're still in this area. Is when we were talking about, because I was reading this, like when we were talking about the kids and why they're inside a lot. And you got to also contribute it to the parents on the part of a lot of parents do give their kids iPads, do give their kids cell phones to distract them.
Yeah.
At a young age.
Yeah. Like my son, he got one right now too. He got a phone. You got the
And
phone
I'm
because
just saying, but like they have to, like you have to, because that's what. In order to like make it, you kind of need to
well,
like
no, because it's part of their culture now, bro. It's part
culture.
of their
It is. It's
yeah.
something
So
you
even
can't
my brother
really
was saying
get.
that he's
You
like,
know,
give them the
it's
iPad,
hard
let
for
them
me
do
to
their
be
thing.
able to take it in, right?
Yeah,
So yeah,
but you
dude.
have to teach them humanity too, though. You have to teach them there's something beyond your own head. You know what I'm saying? Living in your own head, there's something beyond that, bro. You know, and people have to
Yeah.
realize that shit, fast, and they have to teach their kids that because next thing you know, bro, like maybe 10, 15 years down the road, they keep doing that. They keep isolating themselves. Their psyche, bro, because their brains are still developing. So beyond the tablet, they can have it as much as they want, but they're gonna have to come with you outside eventually, bro. They're gonna have to, you know, engage with you, dude. Engage with other people. Make them play with their cousins and nieces and nephews and whoever they're related to. Make them engage with people. Listen to stories. You know, um, all these different things, bro, that could make them more human, make them have a human connection with people. If we don't do that, you know what I'm saying? A mental health doctor won't be any help either. Because
Yeah.
not
I mean,
practicing that in the home.
that's why I said we got exactly. I'm with you, dude. We got to be the examples, man.
Yeah. And
Because we're the last of the, like we said, we're the last of it, and then it just turns into soy, dude.
bro, they're gonna come across our show like in an old iPhone somewhere after the world ends, and they're gonna be looking out on the iPhone. They're like, "Who's this?" It's a show from a much kinder time.
For real,
you know,
for real.
it's a
Like,
show
or
from a
look how
much kinder
hardcore they
time.
talk. Like, bro, it's just like for real.
Before the fucking Great
I,
Plague came.
oh, Serenity, thank you. You keep up the good work. I love what you're doing. I see all the shit going on. It's really, really hard. The hardest thing for me for all this is not being able to mute Deltron when I want to talk. I swear to God, Del's like, man, I've only got muted once. That's because I forget. There's so many times where I wanted to talk and I had to, because you keep going, you probably don't, I don't want to fucking mute you, bro. Mute, mute, mute. But right now, I don't have good, really full control of the fucking thing. So that's one thing I need is like, I need that damn mute button, bro. It's important for me. But that's not because of Deltron. It's because I have
But
a
that's what
fucking
it's a
short term memory like this. So if I don't get my point across like ASAP, forget. All I want to do is, oh
yeah,
yeah, get that damn
yeah.
copy. Get your fucking chronic together so we could have one more cup, smoke some more, and then we'll. I don't know. Maybe we'll go like within the. We've been going for an hour and 7 minutes. Maybe we'll go. I cannot see if that says 4:15 or 4:46. I can't tell the difference.
It's probably
So
4:45. It's because it's 1:45 over here, so we already missed 4:25. Well, I didn't miss it. I was smoking, but
here's Aqua. Great, welcome up. And Zaza, if you come through, come up, Zaza. Come smoke with us at the end. But what's up? How you doing, Aqua?
Doing all
Where you
right.
been
Figured I'd at
yet?
least hop in for
Not
audio.
yet. Serenity, not yet.
what up, Aqua?
Not sesh yet.
So
How
you made
you doing?
$136 an hour?
Yeah, that's a nice wage.
I've
What
worked
are you,
in
a nurse or something?
politics on and off for like the last decade now almost. So
Oh, okay.
Politics. What kind of what kind of politics?
originally I was doing campaign management for like the first 4 years I was in the industry, and then I switched to working in political press.
Political press. That's what's up.
So you actually like went into press conferences and asked questions and shit?
Not really. I work for a newspaper these days, and I
That's
just manage a lot of the background stuff.
that's really
Okay.
cool. That's what I went. That's what I wanted to do. I went to college to want to be like a sports writer for a newspaper, but most of it went digital, right?
It depends.
I mean, they still do. I guess they do the hard copy still. You have to.
It
There's
depends on where
people
you're
that
at. Like, there's
demand
a
it.
lot of digital newspapers these days, or like digital press that is like the majority of what gets read, and then there's like the older generations that still consume print media.
I mean, I used to do printing. I used to print, on the Heidelberg, like actual printout papers and stuff.
The only print media I probably consume is like my local newspaper. You know what I'm saying? But,
Yeah, I still look at the local, but I usually go on like if I'm gonna look at the Post or if I even look at the Cleveland Plain Dealer, like I just go online for that shit.
yeah.
I don't
just
know.
go see what's viral.
I've worked on all the other angles of the business at this point. I even did newspaper delivery when I was in between positions, like at my job. So
Okay.
the print delivery is still strong and well, depending on where you're at. It's just a matter of the people that are getting it are mostly like Gen X and older.
Yeah, yeah. Because Gen X's and like maybe old, like more early millennials, are probably the last people that go, you know, be reading that. That's around our age group. You know,
I think we've still, like, at least where I work, the
I still read
main
comic
like
books.
parent paper has like 100,000 print subscribers still. So
Yeah, yeah. That's what's up.
That's cool.
So what's
That's
up? So, oh, go ahead. My bad, Tim.
no, go ahead.
No, I already forgot.
Same. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Let's get a little late. What's up, Marley? Want to say hi to everybody? Come say hi to Keith. Wow, give love.
Yeah. What were we talking about though? What was the topic again? As far
We
as
were talking
mental
about
health.
basically the news online or paper, and like I would say, like my dad, for example, he used to drive like to get the Cleveland paper. Like we live in Columbus, we're from Cleveland, so like he's stuck on the Cleveland paper. That's where all of our sports
Yeah.
teams are. He'll drive like 40 minutes to get the hard copy, bro. I used to always be like, man, you can get that shit online. Get it online.
it's
Now I think he goes
expensive.
online at this point. I don't think he gets the. I mean, I know he gets the hard copy. He has to have a hard copy. I think that's just that generation, you know.
Yeah.
But that's
Honestly, it's
another
expensive
last
to
of the
keep up with.
dying breed. What's
I don't
that?
know how people do it. Like, it's expensive for my paper. It's $860 a year for 7-day delivery.
I think people really just want the physical copy. A lot of people don't want the screens. They don't want to go online. I mean, there's people like
Because
my
a lot
mom,
of
Or they
baby
don't know
boomers
how.
are.
like my dad. You're not gonna catch them on a computer looking at that.
Oh
Like,
man, yeah, the baby
hell no,
boomers
bro.
struggle.
That ain't
They be
happening.
struggling, dude. Those baby boomers be struggling with
It's
technology.
not happening, bro.
My sister's not my sister, but my yeah, it's my sister's mom. In her house right now, she literally has 8 different remotes, bro. She has a remote for the Fire Stick, a remote for the Comcast, a remote for the TV, a remote for the speaker, a remote for the little fireplace that's under it. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I never know what it is that which one's gonna turn the fucking TV on, bro. Like, I have to sit there and grab one, grab two. I gotta be like this. It's like
That's
you just get a
funny.
fucking universal.
I would
This is
probably be
crazy.
that dude, though. Honestly, I would probably be that guy. I'm not gonna
Yeah, bro.
lie.
And don't let the batteries be dead, bro. It's like fuck.
Right. I'm gonna probably be. I'd probably be him because like
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, what's that glare on the TV? Wait, did she keep the fucking cellophane on the fucking screen?
I s- um
They
I
kept
s-
that plastic on that shit. You know, I'm looking at the TV like that's a fat ass glare. Oh wait, they kept the plastic on the front. They really
so
Better on
so
the screen than furniture.
no, but yeah,
um
but she had it. Oh yeah, the furniture sucks too, bro. That fucking wrestling noise, like
Serenity. It looks like you have a Diddy article. We do have it in the headline. What do you know about it, Ashley? Aqua.
All I
Aqua.
know
that
is
mohawk he had should be added to the charges.
all I know is lots of baby oil, lots of Astroglide. I don't know much else other than that.
I don't know what she has up there. If you want to pull it up, we can pull it up because it is in the title. We are about an hour in, so like we should probably, if we're gonna talk about it because I put it in the title and just see what it says. I don't really, I didn't come in here tonight to talk about Diddy, but I was laughing. Like, I wanted to have a funny title. So I was like, Diddy or Diddy not do it? You know what I'm saying? So I was just fucking around, man.
We all know Diddy did it.
We all know he did it, dude.
Bro, I
We
feel
were
like I have a
talking about
dog
it
that just started.
today. It's a guarantee, like, you know, um, it's like, I think it's a little more high profile than like even like just as much as the Epstein, you know, and
Well, he had a lot
it's
to do with
crazy
Epstein,
because
but
we had this conversation and I kept saying
yeah.
Cassie, I think is just as bro. Everybody's making her be a victim, but she's guilty as shit, bro. And today I was at a cookout, man, with a lot of hit people, and they all said the exact same thing on their own, bro. I wasn't the only one that said that. I was not the only one. I wasn't because she'd stayed in there for 10 years and she was excluded. Like she was
The court
responsible for a
person that's running
lot
is
of
dirty. Oh
people.
my god.
No, that's
So
what I'm saying. The people that be doing the drawings are hella funny, man. They be making people
yeah,
look
bro, they're
crazy.
making him look horrible. They're
That sketch
making him
artist
look
is funny,
horrible.
bro. He's trying to go viral. He goes, "Oh, they go like this what?"
I'm gonna read this article once I get it pulled up.
Okay.
I'll just see what it says. Um, but yeah, I mean, dude, there's a lot going on right now. A lot of different names, a lot of different stuff. I mean, I wonder how long it's gonna go. How long do you think it's gonna go for?
For the trial? Hella
Yeah,
long, bro.
not like year, 2 years.
No, like what they're gonna do, bro, is because this is what they do whenever they try to do like RICO charges or fucking big charges like this. They try to get the big fish down. Once you got him held down on one charge and he has to do time for sure, that's what they're gonna sentence him with. So if they can get him for the Cassie shit, right? And like have all that on camera and they can get him for the drugs, the sexual acts or whatever, then they can get him for everything else later, like the drug trafficking, the moving, the destroying of evidence, all that other shit that they don't have everything on yet. They'll drop that on him while he's in jail still. They
I
always do it
mean,
like
and
that,
they
bro.
get hit him with Rico and right.
They're
If
trying to
they're gonna
pin
do all
something on
that,
him, so
I mean,
they can pin him down,
Young
you know.
Thug, his trial took, bro. It was 2 years.
This nigga blew up cars, bro. If you let
And
him
his
down
Young
right
Thug
now,
did some
he's a
shit
flight
too,
risk,
bro.
bro.
Shit. He got
Flight
off.
risk for sure.
Yeah, they're not letting him out, bro. They're not
Yeah.
letting him out. All
They're
right,
trying to
so
Preemptively,
pin
I'm gonna
something
just
on his
say it
ass.
now. Diddy didn't kill himself, okay? Just
he didn't
preemptively.
do it. He did it. So they're saying Diddy Combs' federal trial has been rife with his drama, cringe, and explosive comments. Lawyers not involved in the case say prosecutors have yet to prove that music mogul is guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and assay trafficking for
But
the
this is
two most serious charges brought against him in 5-count indictment. Combs has pleaded not guilty to 1 count of racketeering, conspiracy, 2 counts of ass trafficking by force, fraud, coercion, 2 counts
ass
of
trafficking.
transportation to engage in prostitution. About a dozen people have taken the stand so far in trial, which will enter its 3rd week on Tuesday, so tomorrow. I'm not seeing the development of a racketeering enterprise, said veteran criminal defense Tama Kudman. I'm not seeing the thread that creates an enterprise with a unified purpose. I don't know what this is. Let's see this Kid Cudi.
Here in New York City, federal prosecutors are continuing
blew
to
up Kid
present
Cudi's
their
car.
case in Sean Combs' sex trafficking trial. Today, jurors are hearing from rapper and producer Kid Cudi, whose real name is Scott Mescudi. He is a central figure in the trial and the biggest name yet to take that witness stand. He is testifying about his romantic relationship with Cassie Ventura from more than a decade ago, including allegations that Combs blew up his car. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas is following this trial closely for us and joins us from the courthouse with the latest. Chloe, you have been following this trial since before those jurors took their seats. Tell us more about Kid Cudi's testimony. I mean, how could this essentially bolster the prosecution's charges that Sean Combs engaged in sex trafficking?
Hey there, Morgan. Good morning. I was just in the courthouse and I listened to all of Kid Cudi's testimony. This was a pivotal moment, right? Because Cassie Ventura alleged in her 2023 civil suit that Combs found out that she was dating Kid Cudi briefly in 2011 and that he orchestrated for his car to be blown up. Well, his testimony just finished moments ago and he left. And he talked about on one occasion Combs entering his home, breaking into his house, and being there when he had found out about the relationship. But then when he appeared at the home after calling 911, Combs wasn't there anymore. Then he also talked about a separate time in which his Porsche had exploded, that there was a Molotov cocktail found. He called police. He wasn't at home at the time. A babysitter for his dog called him and said, your car's on fire. And when he arrived, the police were there taking photos.
That's just absolutely insane, dude. Like, dude, that's like,
Yeah.
like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, you
Molotov,
see how
like,
they
bro,
have yet to
he
prove-
was definitely a menace for sure.
But you see how
Taking
they have yet
evidence
to
at the-
prove about the racketeering part? That's what I was
Yeah,
telling you
I'm
earlier,
interested. That's
that
why I said, bro.
I
We,
think-
you
I
know,
think
we
that's the
all
reason-
know, but you
I
know, proof without a doubt is, you know, like, man, we have to see this shit out in court. OJ won. We all knew he was guilty, so
Yeah,
you
but
never
at the
know
same
what the
time, bro.
fuck.
This is what I was telling you. I don't think he's gonna get killed anytime soon, bro. Because one, he made everybody do everything for him. So whoever does get caught up for some kind of racketeering or some kind of like money crime that has anything to do with Diddy, they're gonna be the ones who catch those charges, like by the legalities of it, right? Not Diddy. So therefore, all that money that he gave to his kids and all that is gonna stay there. The millions on top of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, the rights to some of Biggie's music, all that stuff, bro, is gonna go to his kids. So therefore, he's rich in prison forever. And on top of that, he might
I
know a
think
lot.
his assets are gonna get taken if he goes to prison forever. That's just crazy. It might go to
I
his
think
kids.
he's
He
gonna
might
be
get
able to
some
beef
money,
up
but he
security,
ain't gonna
bro,
be
for at
rich in
least
prison, bro.
his
Nope.
first decade, bro. I think he's gonna
Dead.
be fat security, and then they'll get him.
So what's going to end up happening is they're going to end up freezing all of his assets until at least the trial is over, and then they'll redistribute to whatever he owes in costs, fines, and restitution, and then the rest will get redistributed out to like his family or whoever
Victims.
he allocates it
But
to.
what if he
And
already
all
did
the
that? What if
victims
he
that are
already did that
hold
when he knew
on,
the case was
bro.
gonna be
You're not taking into consideration that all the victims that are gonna get paid out of this, dude. He's
Yeah,
gonna
of course,
owe
but-
so much money that, dude, when you have Fed cases like that, they're gonna drain his assets, bro.
Yeah, but don't you see billionaires do that all the time? Like when they get in trouble, they put all their assets
No,
to
dude.
their kids and
No,
all
man. Not S traffickers.
that,
No.
and they have the lawyers to do
No.
it.
I mean, they do, but
You know,
I
so
think
they
he's
know
gonna
what-
have
they
to
see it
use
coming.
them, bro. I think
Diddy
he's
knew
gonna
this
have
was
to
coming.
use it.
Diddy knew he was going to jail. He knew he was going to get caught up for sure. So he was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna put like my most expensive assets."
You think
This
though?
kid's how many kids does he have? Like 4 or 5?
Yeah, and like one of them's under Fed watch too.
Yeah, so easy money. All he has to do is give the kids the money, and
I
then
mean,
and
yeah.
have everybody else. Because
So-
remember, he had the drug mule. He had
But
the
I
gun
mean,
guy.
that
Yeah,
only
the-
is gonna last for so
you know?
long, bro. Like for real.
He had Cassie. You know, he had all these different
They're
people
not.
that were able to like
They're gonna.
connect
They'll extract that too, bro. They'll take that from the kids, bro. Like she's right.
Yeah, but I can't like because
You're acting like they're just gonna. You act like this nigga is just like the most fucking John Gotti ass motherfucker. No, he was sloppy
P.
as
Diddy,
fuck,
bro.
bro.
He's a billionaire.
He was
If
licking
you're-
and
if you're a
kissing kids
billionaire
on
with that
fucking.
much
Bro,
influence-
he was literally telling kids what he was gonna do to them on fucking TV, national television.
Yeah, exactly.
He was sloppy
So
as
all I'm saying
fuck,
is he was
bro.
also locked in
He
with
was
Epstein too, bro. So that's
sloppy,
power.
bro. You know that shit. He was
You
sloppy.
don't think that's power though? Being locked in with all these different people, being a billionaire, being
No,
a fucking
I mean it's
co-founder of
power.
Biggie,
It's
Bad
power,
Boy
but
Records. You know,
it's
so
power.
he
But
knew
right
the cops
now,
were coming.
nah, bro. It's
For
power.
sure.
But right now, his power got stripped, bro. Don't you see? They're calling him itty bitty Diddy. They're making fun of his burgers. They're making fun of everything, bro. He don't got the shit you think. You think billionaires got all this damn power? No. When they decide to pull your card, bro, you ain't shit no more, bro. You know what I'm saying? His card got pulled, bro. I'm sorry, man. You act like this money's just stretching forever, bro. When they seize your shit, they seize your shit. Ask Kanye West, bro. He ain't on no Fed case. Kanye ain't on no Fed case, bro. All of his shit got froze. He didn't have shit for money. And all he did was talk about the Jays for that matter, bro. He just had an opinion. He didn't even, oh, I'm gonna go DEF CON. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. He ain't do nothing. And they still took his money away. Think about what they're gonna do to Diddy, bro. You got me. Yeah, that's crazy talk.
But no one has been charged in connection to that incident, Morgan. And also Brian Steele, who cross-examined Kid Cudi, he really tried to poke holes in it. He said, how do you know Combs was at your house? You know, they fingerprinted your car, and actually those fingerprints belonged to a woman, but then he was overruled, and that line of questioning didn't continue. But perhaps that's something that we'll see when Combs' team puts on their defense. Also, they really pushed Kid Cudi today on what proof do you have that Combs entered your home? There weren't your surveillance cameras didn't capture footage that day. When you arrived to the house, Combs wasn't there. So again, it's really interesting. Morgan, I just want to say, when you hear one side of the story, right, you read the indictment, but then when you hear the other side of the story, remember, there's two sides to every story, and they definitely, Combs' team has done a good job at trying to poke holes in a lot of the witness testimonies so far in this trial.
Chloe Malas there just outside the courthouse for us. Chloe, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Hey, are they hitting him with a RICO charge or no?
Not yet.
Okay.
Nope.
So
No.
that means they can't touch. That means they can't touch his fucking his family's assets. They can only touch it if he gets a RICO charge. If he gets a RICO charge, then yes, they can touch his family's assets. But if he doesn't get
I
a
don't
RICO
know
charge,
about that.
they can't mess with his family's
No,
assets.
they are.
Right
They're hitting him with racketeering. They got him. They got him, bro.
Yeah, it says right here.
They already got him. Racketeering, conspiracy
Crazy-ass
charge. That right there will get your fucking shit done. Sorry, bro. That's it. That's your RICO. That's it. You're
Third
fucked.
party
That's
forgery.
it. You got your racketeering, bro. That's it. Your conspiracy
Yeah,
charge
I'm just
will
going
get
through
you
the penal
fucked, bro.
codes.
That's why the
Yeah,
feds
so
are after him.
racketeer,
Trust me, they could have taken him in right away. They waited till they had him, and they got him, bro. Like, dude, everybody knew he worked with the feds forever. I wouldn't be shocked if they took him out. I wouldn't be shocked. Now, I don't think this case will be seen through all the way through. There's
Hey,
too many
sir,
big.
it's
There's
also
too many
possible.
big. Man, I need to, bro. You got to let me talk, bro. There's
Bad.
too many big fucking names involved in this for it to see its way all the way through, like with Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. The other thing is they're not putting this on video or camera. Yes, it's a federal case. And the other thing is to what you were saying, he had other people do that. So did Charlie Manson, bro. And he was still convicted and he didn't do nothing.
Well, racketeering, bro, you could get charged racketeering without catching a RICO charge also. That also says that in the penal code right here. So you can get racketeering and state racketeering without catching a RICO charge because you just did it by yourself. But the RICO
Dude,
comes when
if
you start
you
using
are
the family
being
like
charged, hold
mafia.
on, dude. See, you
We're
say
educating them on penal codes.
But dude, if you're being charged with sex trafficking people across state lines, bro, I'm sorry, bro. They're fucking you, dude. You're acting like they have some rights on you. You have no rights when you do shit like that. You're fucked. Trust me. He's like, if they want, like, bro, if they didn't think he was fucked, he'd be fucked, bro. All assets will be seized, says Bezel. If he is convicted of charges, he will have assets seized. Sadly, this is going to be a long one. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Agree. They do have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, for sure. They will have to find ways to admit the evidence in without showing they obtained said evidence with legality. Yeah. No, I mean, Diddy's going to have lawyers. They're going to fight this shit. That's why I said I don't know if it will see its way all the way through because they have yet to get to even the big names. I'm telling you, they don't want that. So I don't know if this was a plan. I told you yesterday what I believe, bro. I don't believe all that shit, bro. So, I think Diddy, I think they're using him I think he's another fall guy. He's just a freak. I think there's worse than him. You know what I'm saying? I think Diddy's just going to be the next face, just like Epstein. I think there's worse than Epstein. They just let them people slide, bro. They got to take somebody.
You know why I think Diddy won't beat the case? because now that I studied the penal codes and everything, I was like, what does it take to get a RICO charge, right? Like, and I asked these questions, like, what does it take, to get a RICO charge, and can you catch a RICO charge or a racketeering charge without having to catch a RICO, or can you catch a sex trafficking charge without catching a RICO, right? So I looked at what a RICO is: a racketeer, influence, and corrupt organization charge, right? So that's what the RICO stands for, and it means that your organization is corrupt. And if you have this white dude, right, that had all the drugs, and the other dude that had all the guns, and you're sex trafficking, that's a RICO, buddy. So
That's a
therefore,
RICO,
yeah,
dude.
you're
Yeah.
fucked.
It's gonna come together. It's just,
But
dude,
yeah, they
like
have to
you
make it
said,
come
it's gonna
together
take a
first.
while, but they're gonna put it all together. That's what the feds do, dude.
Yeah,
When they
but it has to
stroke
be an
you, they
organization
stroke
though.
you,
So
bro.
like,
They're not coming in for some little
say
shit.
if it was just like normal people like me and you, right? Like say me, you, and Ashley right here
I
decide
want
to like,
Ashley to speak. She said she's been through the federal
yeah,
court system. You can speak. Tell us what you feel, Ashley.
I mean, honestly, regardless, with how much publicity is surrounding the case, for one, and secondly, how wealthy Diddy is in general, they're going to do whatever they can to prevent him from leaving, moving assets, and damaging the integrity of the case. So any
yeah,
like backdoor loopholes he can try and figure out to get like evidence dismissed or things like that, he's going to try and pull it. But federal judges and federal like defense attorneys, they don't play when it comes to the integrity of the case. So whatever he's trying to do to get out of it, I don't think it's going to work. I think he's going to get hit with the charges at this point,
yeah,
with all the publicity surrounding it and all of his methods to backdoor the system.
yeah, exactly.
We'll see. And
That's what you're trying to say.
I'm with her. I still am of the belief that I
I think that
don't
Rico's
think
gonna
they
stick
want the
though. I really think
information
that
to
Rico's
get
gonna
out.
stick. There's too many different
Bro,
people
it's
involved.
talking, bro. God, look,
My
I
bad.
feel like with all the publicity, like she said, and the people that are involved, I don't think this is gonna see its way all the way to the end, dude. I just don't. I don't. Like, dude, they haven't even called. Like, wait till they get to the names like LeBron and Jay-Z and Beyonce and the people really involved, the Biebers and all the other people that are involved. I feel like, yo, they don't want those people. They're not gonna make it that far into it. You think? I don't. Absolutely not. It says here this is a very long trial and all the evidence doesn't come in through one witness. Said now criminal defense attorney. Dude, it's such a long name. Just because the evidence hasn't been presented yet doesn't mean they don't have it. Prosecutors will eventually present all their findings and tie everything together in their closing arguments, just like we just said. However, Thursday's testimony from Grammy Award-winning Kid Cudi could move the needle forward. He allegedly, but see, they just said, all these things, but there's no proof of it. I'm not even going to read all this because we just watched the video, so there's no need.
Yeah,
But
I think there's obvious
no
proof of it though. There's obvious proof of it, but I'm just wondering how many people in your organization does it take for it to be a RICO? Like what
Yeah.
does it take? You know, because if us
Well,
three were to just start an organization, right, some kind of like racketeering organization, would it be a RICO if it's only three of us, or would we all just catch individual ones? What does it
nah,
take? Like
bro.
how
They
big do we
tried
have to
to,
be?
dude. They try to hit you with that. If they, that's like their go-to.
That's their favorite one now.
That's their favorite one, dude. If they're gonna try to get him, they're gonna hit him with that, bro. It just is what it is.
I think the RICO will work because like you said, the drug mule, the sex trafficking, the music industry, just the Epstein.
The
It's just too
drugs,
many
the
things,
fucking
bro.
guns, the
There's too many
fucking,
things, dude.
dude, too much.
The red
Too
high
much.
heels.
Too much, dude. Too
Imagine he was
much.
like in a devil suit.
We
wearing those
haven't
red
even,
high
you know
heels.
what we haven't talked about, and maybe we'll save it for another show and
The
time.
Punisher?
No, that dude, we haven't even talked about none of the prostitution, none of that. I'm talking about the kids. We haven't even mentioned the underage kids yet. We're all bringing up adults.
Yeah.
We haven't mentioned the underage kids that he's gonna have involved. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, there's a lot, you motherfucker. I'm pretty sure Marley just spilled my damn coffee in that foot. I swear. But yeah. Anyways, she said, I can't see that. She said, R.I.P. to Johnson and Johnson and Astroglide stock since Diddy has been in prison, right? Bro, there's stories of him even acquiring it. You know, now again,
Yeah, those
back to
stories
what
have
we're
to come out
saying,
still
just
because I'm
in
not
the
finding nothing about that. But those stories, have to come out, man. These people have to be
yeah, no,
heard.
those stories have already come out. I've skipped talking about them. They've already been out in day
Oh, you
3
know
and
what?
4.
Yeah, there is a show that I need to watch, bro. I want to kind of. There's a show that it's like I think it's Surviving Diddy, because kind of like the Surviving R. Kelly thing, but Surviving Diddy.
I
A lot
seen
of
it.
people are
I know what
coming
you're
forward.
talking about. There's a Surviving Boosie one too that's pretty good. Go ahead.
Surviving Boozy, I haven't seen that. That's probably hilarious.
That's just
Fuck, I need to watch that one, bro.
it's from back when he had them charges, because like when him and Charleston White were getting into it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
hella funny.
Don't be surprised if Trump seizes his assets and then pardons him when he exits office. That would be funny. Hey, that would be funny, bro. If
Trump's
that
not about to
happened.
pardon Diddy. He don't want no part of that. If he ain't releasing the FC files,
Yeah,
he
he
definitely
don't
ain't
want nothing
pardoning
to
that
do
guy.
with it. Hey,
If
Trump's been
anything,
like, look, I don't
I
know
think
what
he
to
should
think
get the
about
gas
that.
chamber. I think they should bring back the chair for Diddy.
He'd be like, take that, take that, take that, take
I think I
that,
should be the one who pulls it.
take that.
I would do
So
it best. I'm the best puller. Nobody pulls like me.
it was huge. It was very, very huge. I mean, bro. I mean, I'm trying to think of when that was really where we were at. There was something else I had. Um, what do you have to talk about, Ashley? Do you have anything on your mind?
I can't do a Trump impersonation, unfortunately, but I put something I think he would say in the YouTube comments.
Where is it at? She said,
I know,
uh,
Sean.
I
He was a
know
great man.
Sean.
Great man.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I know Sean. He is a great man. Great man. Good music. He deserves to be free. He's like, take that. Take that.
I
In a
believe
huge
I believe
way.
he discovered the great notorious B.I.G.
It was wonderful. It was amazing. It was the best.
Great staple of New York.
That took longer than I thought it would. Damn it, Sean. We missed you, buddy. You missed the whole Diddy talk, dog. You missed did he do it or not? And like, we joke around with the title, but like we all know he did something, right?
Yep.
But we all can agree that with our justice system, you have to prove him guilty. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to prove him guilty. So
Now here's the thing.
now here's the thing. I mean, hell. You gotta prove it, right? I mean, hell. But yeah, that they gotta prove his guiltiness, and it like I said, Doug's case took 2 years.
Yeah.
Lots of fuckery, and there'll be a lot of
They're gonna
fuckery
catch
going
him.
on.
I think they're gonna charge him with one of those charges, bro, separately, and then they're gonna fucking hit all the other fucking thing. Hit him with all the other shit, Get him for Cassie, get him for the fucking drugs and the guns, and then get him for all the other crazy ass shit, and then make a publicity out of that court case,
I feel like we're gonna have this conversation a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. This is going to be like the next, because before it was like, all right, we're going to talk about the next 4 years, who's going to be the president for right now, there is no, we are not talking about who's going to be the next president for a grip, bro. We're just not. There's no, I don't even want to, first off, but I don't even know if there's front runners for either side at this point. Like, honestly, the last few presidents, we've been able to know who's next.
Michelle
I don't
Obama already
really
said
know
no.
who's next, dude.
I think Jon Stewart, bro. I like Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart,
Stewart?
dude, this cracker.
Bro,
Jon Stewart.
he is funny,
Come
bro.
on, dude.
He is fucking funny, dude.
He wants
Because when I heard
Billboard
that
Jon
Dave
Stewart as his
Chappelle
vice
turned
and
down $50
president.
million, I was like, oh my god, Comedy
Sean.
Central has $50 million fucking dollars.
Sean, you know what? I bet you Deltron wants Robert De Niro to be the fucking vice
Oh
president.
hell no.
He
Maybe
wants
hey,
Robert De
1980s
Niro to
Robert De
be.
Niro.
You
Yes.
want him to be the fucking
1980s Robert De
Speaker of
Niro.
the House,
Give me
dude.
1980s Robert De Niro for president of the United States. Yes. But
You,
now
you
Robert De
would
Niro,
get the snowflake
I
Robert
like
De
him still.
Niro and
I still watch
Rosie
his movies,
O'Donnell.
but you know, I don't agree with like how his political satire is. He wants to get up there and just say anything. Bro, go get involved. Stop
I mean, have
having
y'all
babies at
seen
90. How about that?
have y'all
Stop
seen the
having
movie
babies at 90,
Idiocracy?
you know?
We're already starting like the stage for that.
Idiot, yeah,
Stage
that's
what?
what
I'm
it
sorry.
is. It's what it feels like, man. That it
Terry
feels
Crews
like
for
we
president.
are
President
we've
Camacho.
already, yeah, I agree. Like we're pretty much already there. You know, we're like, I feel like all of that's just predictive programming where they like, you know, like there's a lot of that stuff from that time frame, especially. And you know, that in particular, yeah, I think we're in those stages for sure. Envy said, wait, if one sticks, then it will open the doors for a lot more to his life. Yeah. Guy from Popeyes for president, make chicken great again. Man, you want some Popeyes chicken? I could go for some. Yeah, you can unmute him. I just, he knows how to unmute himself. Fucking.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, but yeah, no, Aqua, did you have anything you were saying? I don't know if I interrupted or were you done?
No, you're fine. I was saying that we're already setting the stage basically to be an idiocracy. So if we add more celebrities into a political cabinet, we're just basically at the point where Carl's Jr. can take custody of your kids, like in that movie. Like we're going
Yeah.
a slow downhill to the end times.
I see that. I'm with you. I agree. I think we're slowly inching our way there.
It's like the Roman Empire.
I don't know if we will see the end times in our time, and I'll say this a million times. You know what? Do you know what topic I want to talk about? I don't really want to talk about end times at this moment. I want to talk about this. This is way off topic, but we're about to get a whole nother topic real fast. This could be the last one if we want. So a lot of people are like, okay, well, I'm gonna use who can I use as an example? A lot of people don't know who Gucci is, but like Gucci, like a lot of people think he's cloned, right? A lot of people think that Kanye could very well be cloned. A lot of people think that Hillary Clinton was cloned, and you know, sure there's other people you guys could think of. I don't know. Now, my brother, you know, he's a bit younger. He mentioned that to me today that he thinks that Gucci was cloned. It's not the same Gucci. And I keep trying to express to these people, like, you know, I love a good conspiracy. And I love digging down rabbit holes. And I love not believing in shit. And there was a point in time where maybe in my brain I thought, yeah, you could clone these people, and these people are clones. That really was a thought of mine. Like, I really did think that was something that could be like, man, really did think Gucci come out. You don't have the same face, doesn't look the same. That's not Gucci, that's a clone. But then you really think about the science of it. And I hate using the word the science of it, but I mean, just the common sense of it all, right? You go like, dude, you can't clone a person. Like, there's like, if you're going to clone, let's say like Kanye or whoever you want, I don't know who to say, you know, Kanye, let's just use him. Like, you would have to do it right then and there, right? You don't just like make a human being overnight. Like, people act like they just like produce these human beings to take another human being's place like overnight. Like, dude, like, what do you think? They just inject these embryos and they just turn into a man right away with the exact same thought pattern and everything. Like, No,
It
that's
started
not
out.
how it works, dude. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, man. Like I can't get with
Yeah.
that one, dude.
Yeah. Cloning people and shit. No.
I
I don't
just
No, I
know.
don't
feel
think.
like,
I mean, I think they clone people. Don't get me wrong, but
but
I
just
don't.
it's a different way.
Yeah, I don't think that like a lot of the people that they try to say were actually. But I do think that they have messed around and created all types of crazy, really weird stuff.
You
Don't
know what
get
I
me
think
wrong.
is possible to do also though? Like
And like
MK
I
Ultra
have
type of thing.
seen like famous people from back in the day that now are different actors today. Now that would make more sense if they had that technology back then, because then they could have done it right back then, or used that DNA and recreated that person, right?
Yeah.
But they would still have had to do it from an embryo and whatever, right? So
You know what I think
I
more
just
possible
don't
too?
think that I just don't think that's possible to like just produce a human being without going through the stage of life. What do you guys think? You both could give me your opinions, but I know people bring it up so much. I just think that shit's just crazy. It's crazy for
I
me.
mean,
You
there's
go,
always the
Aqua.
possibility of like picking up someone on the street that looks, almost identical to that person. They brainwash them to the point into believing that they are that person and
Thank
then
you.
release them out into the wild.
Thank you. Stunt
Thank you. I
doubles,
was just about to
doubles
say
are
that.
different.
I was just
Doubles
about to
and
say that.
clones
I
are
wanted to see if you were.
exactly.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I think that you could like MK Ultra somebody, find somebody that's like a stunt double for like that looks like this exact same person you're trying to emulate, and you convince them for 2 years that they're that person, and once they got enough data, you could do it for 10 years. Who knows how long you've been planning it for, right? And you can release them out there, and they'll be just like you, and they'll be hella crazy.
I mean, they say that Paul McCartney, was replaced. That's how far back that this like conspiracy goes. They said that Paul McCartney died in a car accident.
I mean, MK Ultra was a proven study that did happen, even if the files from it have mostly been destroyed.
Oh,
So, like,
MK
that
Ultra is
was,
real.
yeah,
There's
Yeah,
no
I think
doubt.
the MK Ultra shit could definitely like be used for like
It's still being
a
used.
winter soldier type deal,
There's no
or
doubt.
a
MK
Manchurian
Ultra,
candidate.
the paperwork's out there. It's proven. There's the paperwork's out there for MK Ultra. It's definitely, man, I'm gonna have to. I don't feel like doing it right at this moment, but when we have active patents that shows us the frequencies to send and receive signals, exactly, Disney would already be walking around. Michael Jackson is cloned. Conspiracy. I mean, I don't think Michael Jackson was cloned. They're like, um, who was the one that made? There was some people where they did match up that looked
Tupac
very
was in
similar.
Jamaica.
Yeah, Tupac. Like, bro, I feel like Tupac. Like, if Tupac were to yo, he's too much trouble, bro. He
They
couldn't.
said his last name's Machiavelli or some shit like that. I was
He
like,
didn't come back,
never.
bro. His 7 years is up, bro.
Never.
7 years has been up. He's dead as shit, bro. He gone.
Yeah.
He gone.
Because
You
now
know.
the question is, if he was still alive after 7 years, do you think the nigga would come back? See in America how it is now? He'd be like, fuck that. I'm chilling my
go
black
back
ass
in for
here.
another 7.
He's like, you know
They already
what?
tried
I'm
twice.
gonna
I
go
ain't gonna
ahead and
go a
just
third
finish
time.
this off on this island. Nah, bro, he gone, bro.
I mean, do you guys remember the early days of like the internet where we had like rotten.com and you could go in there and see like the
Yeah.
celebrity autopsy photos and
E-Bombs
things like
World.
that?
E-Bombs World.
Yep.
Yep. All that shit. For sure. I remember that. Big time.
I mean, they do that with everybody. Elvis is still alive. you know.
He's like a pastor in some state or something or other, whatever the new conspiracy is.
Yeah.
I like the Hitler's still alive, in Argentina. I don't know. I think that could be real though. I think that Hitler could have gotten away. I do.
I think Bin Laden had a better chance getting away than him.
I don't even think Bin Laden exists.
We
So
have
wait,
very,
do you
we have
believe
very
that Bin
few
Laden?
pictures.
Hold on. Do you think that Bin Laden actually lived in that little compound that we supposedly went in and took him and threw him in the. You really think that it really
I gotta
happened?
tell you for sure.
Wait, hold on. So I'm gonna lay this scenario out for you. This is what they told us happened. Do you think this happened? Do you think we flew our little Black Hawks, these silent little hawks, up into the mountains of Afghanistan, right? We got this cat, right? We blew up one of the most expensive pieces of equipment that we have. Lost a bunch of people in this fucking copter that they blew up. They grabbed him and then dumped his body at sea so nobody could see it. You believe that shit?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I can't tell you I'm 100%
Come
sure.
on, man.
I
You
said,
gotta
I
be the
tell you that
dumbest
I'm 100% sure,
motherfucker
man.
in the world to believe that shit, bro. There ain't no
So I'm
proof
thinking like more so
of
than
it,
Hitler.
bro.
Yeah,
Man,
he
you
could have
got
got
to
away
be
for sure.
fucking a fool. You gotta be a fool if you think that dude even did shit from a fuck. And if that dude was even shit,
You know what
dude.
though? The other countries,
That dude was never shit. That guy was just the face, a reason for them to go in the Middle East.
yeah.
He
But you know
wasn't
who kills
shit,
people
bro.
hella good though? Other countries, because Gaddafi, they did it in public. Saddam Hussein, they did it in public.
They were
Mussolini,
big, bro.
they did it in
I mean,
public. You know
they
what I'm saying?
were
They made sure.
mid cards.
My bad.
I believe, or envy. I believe that the copters they used, they were like soundproof, like they had zero sound, and they were like meant to be flown through mountains so that they could get through like real crevice, like smaller parts, and to be able to be stealth. So I big black hawks. I get it now. Big black hawks. I get it now. All right, my bad. That's pretty fucking funny. Big black hawks.
Yeah, but I'm not 100% sure if they got him or not. I think he could have got away, but because just how much involvement he had. But like I said, other countries, bro,
Pakistan, fucking Afghanistan.
they try to get their leaders, bro, and they do it on
It's all
camera
the
to
fucking
make sure
same.
they got them.
It's a
America,
bunch of
you just gotta
fucking
take their word for it.
fucks. No one gives a shit about them. Blow them all the fuck up for all I care.
Ain't that funny though, Tim? Like if
I
America
like
assassinates somebody, you just gotta take their word for it. But Pakistan and all these other countries, when they assassinate their leaders, they do that shit on TV live. Like, here, motherfucker, look at
They
it.
should.
You
We're
know?
pussies compared
Like,
to
they're
them.
better than us
I
at
don't
that
know.
shit, bro. They're better than us at that shit. They did it to
They
Mussolini
are.
in public. They did it to Gaddafi in public. They did it to Saddam Hussein in public. Those were them people. Them niggas didn't get cloned. Them fools were no. That country made sure that you saw them do what they had to do on national TV.
But you know who did
we
that?
don't do that.
Right? I'm sorry, but if you believe that was just the people, you're crazy, bro. Just like Hades.
No, it's not just the people. It's also
none
the
of that shit was real,
that
bro. That was
overthrew 'em, all
us,
that.
bro. We did that shit.
Yeah, but look, in
We did
Mussolini,
that
bro, the Italians gathered
We
up
did
and
that
killed
shit.
him.
That was called a
And-
coup,
and-
bro. We did that shit.
Well, yeah, I know what a coup is, bro. But all I'm saying
But
is
that's what we did.
other
That's
countries
what
make
we did
sure
to
when there's a
Gaddafi,
threat to
bro.
them, they take it out and they show you that they took out. Us, we take people out too, right? But we have to take our military's word for it. There's no pictures all the time. We have to go fucking look on the internet to see if it really happened or not. We have to ask questions like, did they get Osama bin Laden or did they not? Ooh, people's families were on that plane, bro. You know what I'm saying? They want to know. You feel me? But other countries, if they don't like Gaddafi, they're gonna kill that fool on national TV. If they don't like whatever leader that they're the Haitian president, they went and got him.
I hear
And now
you,
it's
brother.
gangland over there. So
Well,
I'm just saying, when it comes to America,
no, dude, we went in there and did that shit, bro. We caused that chaos. You're
yeah,
out of your fucking mind.
no,
Like,
who
every
caused it is
single
different,
place that's
but who
happened,
did
like
the action of impeaching the owner of their not owner, but the leader of their country at the time? It was those people, whether we had the
nah,
coup
bro.
or not. That's the point
Look,
I'm making. Is that
I mean,
whenever
I don't
we
know what
take
point
out a
you're trying
threat,
to make,
we have
because
to
the
take
point
people's
I'm
word for
making
it.
and the whole point of this whole topic
Yeah,
is that we went and toppled these fucking governments. Bro, I don't know what the
of
fuck
course,
you're
yeah.
talking about. You taking me off in the right field. And the truth of the matter is,
You are right, Phil.
we had no fucking right. Like the only reason we fucking went and did anything with we blamed Osama bin Laden, and we had no real proof that he did anything, bro. Like, he was just a boogeyman, bro. some dude that lived in the mountains when we already know it was the Mossad. We already know the CIA. We already know that the Jays, the Zionist people that were involved in the One Trade Center, and the people that we already know the heads that were involved. That shit's old. And Osama wasn't one of them, bro. He just wasn't.
Yeah, we were just
And the
talking
fact
about
that
whether
they
he
carried
survived.
that on for so long is a joke, dude.
Yeah.
It's just a joke. That's why I think the whole Epstein shit's bullshit. That's why I think most of these people that they put on a pedestal is like the face of trafficking, the face of terrorism, the face of this and that. I don't really believe that shit, man. I don't. Think a lot of that shit's bullshit. I'm like,
I don't believe it either, bro. I'm not saying
they
I
need
do.
reasons to do things. You know what I'm saying? Like they really do.
What all I'm saying is, you know,
Your
every time a
family member
military
was on
takes
flight
out a threat,
11.
we got to take their word for it. But I've just seen in the past maybe 20 to 30 years, right? Or even the past 70 years, most times when a country has a threat, you know, and they have to take that threat out, they do it on TV, bro. Whether we did the coup or not, it's always in that country's position to do that thing, you know. Gaddafi's own people got him, you know, even whether we had something to do with the coup or not. That wasn't Americans that came and grabbed him up. That was
Yes,
his
it
people that came and
was.
grabbed him up.
Look,
The American,
dude, you don't
I think
understand
you're-
this shit. See, you
I don't know.
just said it wasn't,
Let me
and
be
you're
quiet.
full
Hold
of
on.
shit again, dude. There might have been fucking people from that country that did it, but dude, we placed a whole bunch of what they call
We just put an ISIS leader in control of
We
Syria.
put no man.
We
Let
do
me
it all the
talk,
time.
bro, because you know very little what you're talking about, bro. I'm telling
Well,
you,
that's true. We put a Syria. We put an ISIS
Benghazi
leader.
was Americans, dude. Benghazi was a bunch of provocateurs that went in, and you heard Hillary say, "We came, we went, we conquered, we killed, and we went home." That wasn't them, dude. It wasn't like you think Black Lives Matter is this great rising of the people, and it's
We're talking
like,
about. Hey.
like,
We're talking about Afghanistan and all that.
yeah, no. So, but I'm trying to use the example. Like, you think the people of it's not Afghanistan either. It's of Gaddafi's people. If you think his people just rose up and took care of him, most of them liked him. It was us. It was our own people that pretended to be them that went in there and did that shit, bro.
I'm not
Like,
negating that fact, though.
stop interrupting me, bro. I'm talking.
I'm agreeing with you.
Well, then what the fuck, dude? This is really like.
I'm telling you that I'm not negating that fact. I'm telling you that when we go after a specific threat, right? Because we can't even agree if Osama bin Laden got caught or not. We don't know. I don't know. You don't know, right?
They showed
but
it
we can
on
agree
TV,
on that,
right? They
and that's
told
the
us
point
they
I'm
did.
making. Is every time it's another country that doesn't like their president.
Thank you, Sean.
Whether we threw
That's exactly
a coup
it.
or not,
No, man.
whether we threw a coup or not, yes, I agree with you. We threw the coup, so we're the main problem of why those people were.
No, the whole point of it all was the petrodollar. And Sean knows, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. We wanted to go over there because they wanted to pay for on both ends. That's Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein. They both wanted to pay us in petrodollar, and our government wasn't having it. We went over and toppled it. That's why that shit happened. Nothing more, nothing less. It's that fucking simple, dude. It's that.
The point I was trying to make earlier is like we always have to take the military, the American military's point, whenever they say they got somebody, and we have to search and scour the internet for it. Other countries, whether we threw a coup or not, or whoever was involved, right? When they take down a leader, most of the time it's on TV. You can look up the assassination of the Haitian president. You can look up the assassination of Gaddafi. You can't look up the assassination of Osama bin Laden. You can't. You can see all these dumbass pictures, and then they dropped them, like you said, dropped them off. We don't know what happened to them. What's another one that we got that we don't know for sure if we got or not?
No, and like nowadays too, you can't even trust footage that comes out nowadays because AI has gotten to the
that's
point
the only point I was making.
Yeah.
I'm not negating the coups.
Go ahead, keep talking.
No, y'all are good. I was saying like the AI these days has gotten to a point where the Will Smith eating spaghetti video is like 4K high quality, like whereas before it was a jumbled mess. But now you really can't trust footage, images, anything of what people post because it could be like 1-to-1 a match for what it would have looked like.
Yeah, I mean that was part of the whole plan, though. You know, that's how they're able to get away with a lot of shit.
So
You
yeah,
know?
so that's all. That's the only point I was making.
But at the end of the day, man, all this shit that you're spewing between, the fact of the matter is, it's very simple, man. You put way too many words into an answer, man. You need to fucking way too many words
These are
because the
complex
truth
topics,
of the
man.
matter is we toppled a government for certain reasons. And there are certain four-letter, three-letter gangs that were involved. Mossad, FBI, CIA. There are certain people involved. It's a known fact, and that's for everything. That's for the Middle East.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
That's
I'm not
for
hating Boots, though.
for so like
I'm not
to
negating
think
coups.
that all these other like at the end of the day, like a lot of this stuff is we choose to go in there and do that type of
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. I agree with that.
And it is what it is. Don't fuck with us. Fuck around and find out. And that doesn't mean that I think that what we're doing is right or that we're wrong. What I'm saying is that they're using specific people, and that's what this whole topic's about. And I'm gonna wrap it up with that, like circle it up. Is with Diddy, is he a face for a bigger fucking thing, and they're using him as the face to keep you. It's almost like the dog and pony show. Here's the dog, let everybody else slide behind the back. Like, is that the people that are really pulling the strings? Here, Diddy's gonna take this. Yeah, he did a lot of shit, but Diddy has handlers.
Yeah.
So again, did they pull his card? And that's why I said his card got pulled. Like Saddam Hussein, his card got pulled, bro.
Yeah.
Like I don't know about Osama, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Gaddafi, his shit got pulled, bro. They said
right on TV.
We getting them, and we getting the fuck out. She admitted to it. We watched it. We watched the video. Did you not see the video of her and Obama watching that shit? Come on, man. She had a smile on her face like this big.
Yeah. So
that's
all I'm saying is I just
they
want more
like
transparency from the U.S. military.
Charles Manson, bro. He was another face that they like to use. It's another one that. Let's just blame Jay-Z for everything. Jay-Z's gonna have to pay. Ashley, Jay-Z's gonna have to pay at some point because he's done a lot of shit too.
Add his haircut to the charges.
His hair.
Agreed.
He's gonna have to pay. I can't stand that he's got so much anonymity, but he plays the game. Jay-Z really played the game, dude. I don't think Jay-Z was really all that dude anyway. Exactly, Envy. I think it's all a distraction too. Thank you. I think there's still children missing. There's still people being trafficked. It's we're not, they're not focusing on it. Like I feel like it's another distraction. Let's just talk. I don't think that we're getting anywhere with this topic, to be honest. Like it's doing nothing for us. We should be talking about what kids are missing from this state or your state or my state. You know what I'm saying? And why? Why are kids going missing and never coming back in Washington, D.C. at an alarming rate? More than anywhere in the whole entire country in a small little place like Washington, D.C. Just for an example. Why are kids vanishing more than anywhere else in the country?
I mean, look at the points on the railway system.
But do you also...
And underground caves and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is going on right now that they want us to not be thinking about at all. I mean, like you said, these underground tunnels that keep popping up now and the loud booms that are going under, you wonder what's going on below us. What are they doing? Are they fighting wars below us? Like, what is really going on? Because I've heard all types of different shit, dude.
I mean, I live right next to a military base, and if I can't sleep at night, it's because the military base is doing training, and it's giant booms that shake your entire damn place. So,
crazy.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've done so many videos on mysterious booms, sonic booms that they just can't explain. I've heard of wars being fought underground. I've heard of tunnels being made. We know that they were making tunnels, in the Diddy trial, for example, from him to other people's houses. We know that the Jewish people in New York City were making tunnels, and God knows what they were doing.
That tunnel was fucking hilarious, though. Let's be
dude,
real.
that shit was nuts, dude.
The reason they made that one, though, is because they couldn't get permission to actually make any changes or additions to the original Chabad location. So they basically did it themselves without rabbi approval or like the head of the Lubavitch movement.
Well,
That
that
shit
shit
was crazy, too.
that was wild, I want to have a tunnel, make an underground bowling alley / pew pew practice.
Oh man.
Shit. What about the people in Vegas that live in the fucking sewers?
Yeah, those people are crazy. I
Have you
saw
ever
that
seen that
documentary on.
shit? Have you ever seen
Is that
that
Skid
shit,
Row?
bro?
That's Skid Row, right?
Nah, Skid Row's in Cali, bro.
Which one is it called then? It's called
They're
something.
just the Las
Dude,
Vegas tunnel people, basically, at this point.
yeah,
There's a ton
like
of
the Las
videos on
Vegas
them.
tunnel people. I would love to be able to pull a video up of them, but I don't know if there's anything that's like not copyrighted that I'd be able to pull up. If there's anything, like, I don't know. But yeah, living under those tunnels. I watched this one video where this guy stayed like a night or two, and there's like people that have like mattresses and like dressers and shit and live under in the sewers of Las Vegas. Like literally living like it's a lifestyle. That's kind of weird, bro. You know? Have you ever heard of the it's also, I think it's in Cali. If it's not in Cali, it's in like between Cali and Arizona. It's like, what's it called? Come on, I've talked about it a lot, where it's the only place in America that has no laws. It's called it's not Brick City, not Stone City. It's called
The Tenderloins is kind of like that out here.
Slab City.
Oh, Slab City. No, I don't know about that.
Slab City. Yeah, Slab
Like
City
Seattle
used
Yeah,
to
or
that
some
be,
one's
shit.
in California.
yeah, California. It used to be a military base that they had abandoned. And all there is was slabs left, and it's just a bunch of homeless people that made this giant like encampment. And cops don't patrol there. There's no law there.
It's a commune, basically, if you think of
Yeah,
like hippie troops from like the 60s, 70s eras.
yeah. And people run away and go live there. A lot of homeless veterans live there.
I
Um,
forgot to film that thing I was telling you about too, with the encampment by the police station.
so yeah, Slab City's pretty nuts. I would love to do a whole thing on Slab City within itself. A quantum computer stability fighting China. We could do that's Bezel. I thought that was you actually. I was like, what? You know about this? I want to talk about this on a whole nother show, Bezel. We went live so late, homie, that like honestly, my brain isn't working enough to get into all that. But yeah, bro, I would love to get on that topic for sure.
The ICBMs, man, they really need to be like what you call it, landlined. You know what I'm saying? Like interconnected within our own thing, because this internet shit's getting out of hand, bro. Where the fucking quantum computers can hack our fucking finances and shit from other countries. Like that's end of the world type shit. You know?
Yeah. Slab City definitely looks like a theme park, bro. If you haven't seen it, man, you gotta peep it out. It's like this real artistically methed out place, dude. It looks like to me like a bunch of meth heads. Like I did, like when I started looking into it. To me, I started looking at it, and then I started seeing the dark, and I started watching the dark side of Slab City, and that's where you start finding about all the people that go missing there, and all the fucking because a lot of people are runaways. A lot of people don't have families, just like we were talking about earlier, and they won't even go missing. There's a lot of meth and there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't want to go there personally. I would never want to go there. But
Yeah, man.
leave it to good old California. Have good
No,
old
that's a
Slab
meth
City.
epidemic for sure going on. Just like there's an opioid epidemic going on in Utah. It's like that with meth out here, bro.
I
Like, these are
mean,
some of my best friends, bro. They're on it. They're fucking addicted to
Utah,
that shit hopelessly.
these like everywhere.
You know.
heroin, fentanyl, meth, like they're all terrible and they're all infiltrating like every city at this point, and there's
Yeah.
nothing really to stop it other than unfortunately more uh openness about it and more affordable recovery options, things like that. There's nothing that's going to
Exactly.
stop it. People are still going to
Exactly.
do it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I also am of the belief that like if I were president personally, I would allow like if Dell caught, you know, a guy named Jose selling his child some Fetty and he decided to put one in his back of his head or anywhere, he would get a medal for it. Like he would have every right. I think we should be able to take more action. We should like if like it were the Middle East, we should pick up rocks and hit them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just feel like those people just should not get rights, bro. I can't stand them. They're probably some of the worst people. Um,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I have
think we should
personal
have
opinions
less
about it.
tolerance. So part of me, because I know every angle of that whole thing, part of me wants to give them zero love, and I mean absolutely none. Then part of me goes, you got to, it's our government that's bringing this shit in,
Yeah.
For
you know.
me, I mean, I have personal opinions about it. My mom in 2020 died of a heroin laced with fentanyl overdose, and
I'm sorry about that.
it's all good. But for me, like we got her boyfriend and her dealer both locked up, even if temporarily. But for these people that are distributing this stuff, they're not getting any time. They're not really getting any punishment for it, especially if they're first offenders or their first time going into the system in general, other than like simple possession. So when it comes to manufacturing, distributing, things like that, they aren't pushing for the charges that need to be in place
Both
to
sides
prevent the
city.
spread.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I
And also,
agree. Except for I've lost, and I'm sorry for your loss. Also, I lost a handful of friends around that time from the same shit, and I don't know if any of their people got put, even held responsible. Any of them, to be honest, I didn't hear of one arrest from any one of my friends at all.
Nobody was willing to
Now there's
snitch.
the people that end up getting arrested are the people that were there that might have given it to them at the party or wherever they were at and left them there or whatever. You hear about that more than the actual dealer itself that sold it to them. You know, I don't know, man. That topic is something I really, you know, I would again. Yeah, is it our government? Yeah, I do believe so. I believe China, Mexico, and our government works together for sure. Yep. Cartels working with China, and our CIA is definitely helping them get it in. We're definitely supplying them with weapons. We're definitely giving them the ocean space to drop the fucking ingredients in for the cartel to pick up. Yeah, yeah, we're working with them. Why do you think they want to open up, drug facilities on every corner? That's a business. So the government gives you these drugs and then get you hooked on them and then gets you to go to fucking drug rehabs. It's a fucking business.
I don't
And so
know.
is the prison. So is the prison industrial complex. It's two in one.
I'm thankful for my state because we
And it's
criminalize some of the
population
most
control
harmless
all in
ones, at
one.
least.
And it's population control.
also big pharma too, because big pharma makes most medicines that will help you recover or even like help you with pain and shit almost impossible to pay for. So
Yeah,
then you
and
go to the
it's
streets and get opioids off the
Yep.
streets that are
And they
probably
did
like
that on
counterfeit,
purpose too.
laced with
Not to
fentanyl.
interrupt you, Ashley. But yeah, and they did that on purpose too. Dell. They definitely had, the pill farms and got everybody addicted to the opiates and then took them away and brought in the fentanyl. They did that on purpose. That was all by plan. So anybody that would ever question our government and think that they wouldn't do such a thing, you're out of your fucking mind.
I mean, like in my state, for example, we've decriminalized a lot of psychedelics. We've also decriminalized marijuana. So I don't know. I feel like some states are moving towards the progression of decriminalizing the ones that are least likely to hurt you to promote responsible use. Like in my town, we have a psychedelic church that hands out 1.5 grams of mushrooms a week and allows you to take DMT at no cost at their
What, dude?
facility. So those are some things that are like going on in my state, for example. But it's a lot of harm reduction alongside the decriminalization or legalization. So
I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with the. I just think that there's certain lines you draw, and so I have a hard like as a like I wouldn't say I'm a libertarian. I say I'm like I don't even know what I would really consider myself, but like I don't think that there should be. I think the least amount of government. So like really, I like here's the best way I can describe it. If we want to get into this shit, if there's a victim, then you're committing a crime. So that being said, if Dell decides he wants to do that shit, that's on Dell. Now, when Dell starts giving it to Ashley, now he's got a victim. Then Dell's doing something wrong. But if he's doing it for himself, a grown person should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And we should be able to like take, but if there's a victim involved, if the crime involves a victim, like I should be able to go pick up some weed, but like if I'm robbing the person to get it, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no victim, no crime. Like what if you're at home smoking meth, who gives a fuck? Like I don't care if someone's at home smoking meth, but if they're out smoking meth and robbing places or they're selling mad meth to kids or something, there's victims.
Yeah, but that's also when the responsibilities within responsibilities come into play, and like all the different problems we were talking about a couple minutes ago, as far as like the medicine being too expensive, and all the I forgot what the other things you guys said were, but they're good points too, and all those different things have to be handled like from different angles. More facilities, more opportunities for jobs, more opportunities to promote safety with drugs. You know, make sure these people, if they are doing drugs, aren't going to die on the street. Make sure there's access for them to have a room to go do their drugs in. You know, um, not just because why are we wasting money on these people that are doing drugs in a room? Well, do you want to see them on the street? Do you want your kid to see somebody on their way home OD'd on the street, foaming at the mouth?
No,
I
no.
don't know. I don't think nobody wants to see that, right?
I don't
So
think
I
there's
think,
any answer for it, man. I lost my
you know,
best friend who was getting the sober house, was getting that treatment, and he passed
yeah,
away. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
and
So I don't
yeah,
know if there's a real treatment. Like you gotta really want to do it. I mean, like we could give all the tax dollars we want to the people that do that. But like I said, my best friend in the care of our government died. So that doesn't necessarily help very much.
yeah,
And I could go down the list of people. I'm gonna use one person. I could tell you about 5 that lived in the same fucking area that all died, all of them. So did it really
yeah,
help? Where did our tax dollars really go? So maybe we should start, I don't know, holding the people that are selling this shit accountable, and maybe not the people that are buying it.
yeah, yeah. No, no, never like
I
the
keep
people
I
that are
keep
buying it.
going
Don't
back
hold
to
those
the
people
victims,
accountable
man. Like, bro,
for wanting to get
if you're
drugs.
selling the
Don't hold
shit,
them
then man,
accountable.
you're
Definitely hold the
fucking
dealer accountable for sure.
gotta help. Like, that's it. I don't feel like if you're
Yeah,
a fucking addict, you should be held, at the same standard.
yeah,
Like, I've, when I had gotten in trouble with 3 pills, I had to do I had to do some time for 3 pills. Like, that's not a like, bro. Like, come on. That's like making, like that's who gives a shit, you know? Who cares? Get in trouble with 3 pills. Now, if you're selling whatever, like, bro, I don't know. I don't know where the line should be drawn, but Definitely, part of me would like to think it should be decriminalized, but it's silly to think so because people take that and run with it. And look at Oregon. They tried it and it failed miserably. Miserably.
I don't
Look
think
at
we should be
Canada.
promoting hard
They
drugs like
tried
that.
it failed miserably. So, I'm not sure that's a good answer either, but I think that maybe something in between.
Designer drugs, man. If we can get designer drugs and fucking legalize them, right? And have it through your get prescribed these things, right? If you really want to do it that way, when you
But
get
why would
addicted
you
to
need the
it.
government, bro? You're bringing the government in there again. You always
I'm
want
talking
the
about
government,
hospitals
bro.
and shit. I'm not even talking about the
You
government.
always want the government to get involved in
I
everything,
don't
bro.
want the government
Fuck
to get
the
involved. I'm talking about
government, bro.
hospitals.
I don't
Did
want
I
them
say
making
government
no
or did I say
designer
hospitals?
drugs for me,
Did I say
bro.
big
Come on,
pharma or did I
man.
say
Nope.
hospitals?
Nope. I'll rather take a dude named Sean from Alaska and go
Fuck
ahead
the
and make me my
government.
designer
Oh,
drug, bro.
it's not about the government, Tim. I'm talking about
Nah,
just medicine in general.
nah,
That's it.
no. No, I'm not buying no fucking mushrooms from the government. I'm buying them from the homie.
We're already doing that when we buy weed from the government. I buy weed from the
I
government every
mean, yeah,
time.
I
That's a good
guess,
government
but I
weed.
also know the growers,
Good.
so it depends. Like I know the growers even for the dispensaries. I know the people that
Yeah.
are making a lot of the
And
shit.
it's really hard to fuck up the flower, Like
Yeah,
you can look at it and you go.
yeah. But when we're talking about these other drugs, though,
Yeah, it's like it could
designer
get
drugs,
real. It
the
could get real
fuck,
shady.
bro. Dude, your damn Doritos are damn near designer drugs at this
Yeah,
point,
that's what I'm
dude.
trying to say.
You
Like
know what I'm saying?
designer drugs is
You're,
just a topic of like designer drugs are pretty much drugs that are made from around the world, right? That are at a high level of quality and relevance, right? So like for instance, when you had the activist back in the day, the activist syrup, the purple one, that one they don't even make it no more. They don't even make the Aki no more. They only make quality now. And if you still had Aki, you know what I'm saying? That's like still good and everything left from that generation. That shit's worth like fucking hella bands now, you know, because it's a designer drug. So it's the same way.
manufacturer to distributor to the person consuming, eliminating the whole issue. Yeah, man.
Let's just bring back Quaaludes.
Hell yeah. Have you ever had one? I have.
It's fine.
No.
That's a designer
I
drug.
have.
That's a
I've
designer
done
drug.
one. I've done a fucking
You
Quaalude.
know. So
I
that's what
did
I'm
one
saying.
with I did one with somebody in this chat's
Because
people. I'm
I don't know. I think it's
not
like
gonna
if you
say
were the
who,
ones
but I
distributing the medicine, right? And you had an administration, like not even the government, but just an administration that only deals with drugs, and the people have to elect them. The people have to make sure that these people are gonna make sure people are getting their medicine right at an affordable rate. And you can get anything, but now say you get addicted to meth and it's really affecting your life. Now they could cut you off, and you can't find it on a dealer because there's no more dealers. There's no more of that shit, and you could possibly survive. So I think
in what
maybe that would
world
work.
is that?
That would
In
that would
what
kind of chip
world,
away at it,
bro?
right?
In what world?
In a
In a
world where there's
an
no fucking
imaginary
dealers because
world,
the
like
dealers are gonna be out the equation, right?
in what
Because they're gonna
world,
eventually run out of
bro?
drugs because the designer drugs will be right there. It's kind of like what happened to the people who sold weed. You can't just sell weed on the streets no more like that and make a good profit. There's dealers that are
In
selling
what
to the club right
world,
now
bro?
that are
Hey,
making
listen to
fucking
me.
hella
No,
money.
hold on. In
So,
what fucking world, bro?
huh?
Weed's
In this
legal in
one,
my
in
state,
this
and
one, the
everybody
third
thought
one
that would
away from
eliminate the
this side.
dealers. Nah, bro, let me talk, bro. Let me fucking talk. You sound crazy as
The
fuck,
third one away
bro.
from this side.
They're like, oh,
I'm
they're gonna
high.
eliminate the drug dealer now that it's legal. That's fucking the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
Because you're not listening to the whole thing. I'm trying to tell
That's
you the
the
whole
dumbest
thing.
thing I ever heard in my life, to be honest.
Listen
It
to the whole thing.
actually
It's just an
fucking made me
idea.
more, dude.
It's just an idea. The idea is this.
The
If
idea
we were
is
to have designer
fucking.
drugs, right, where people can go apply, right,
So
and get
you're
the meth,
talking about,
and
hold on.
they
You're
get the
talking
meth,
about,
right? They
hold
get the
on,
crack, whatever the fuck the drug might be, right? They get it.
bro. You're
And
talking crazy.
while they're doing it, they're getting prescribed this shit. And when they find that they are deemed no longer able to take care of themselves because of this drug, people won't want to do that shit
We're
no more.
talking about fucking fairy tales here. I don't
And
wanna
you'll be
hear
able to cut them off.
Nah, I don't want to hear this bullshit.
That's
I
it.
just wrong person. I don't want to hear this bullshit. Sounds like fucking fairy tale land. If I wanted to ask you to tell me a fucking fairy tale, I would have said, "Tell me a story, Dell."
What do you
And
think,
you could
Ashley?
have told me about fucking marshmallows, magic mushrooms, and fucking, you know, fucking whatever utopia you just spelled out.
I mean, in my state, you can get an ounce of weed for $30. There's
That's what
no
I'm trying to
profit.
get at,
Like,
dude. Like, what the fuck?
Dang. So
Bro,
that's what I'm saying. So you would take profit away from drug dealers theoretically, right? If
it
you were to
really
do the same thing
doesn't,
with other
though.
drugs.
It really doesn't. Like, here in
Ashley,
like
what do you
where
think?
I'm at, it doesn't.
I mean, I think the only ones that are still buying weed from dealers are minors at this point, based
Yeah.
on
That's
how
not
readily
true.
available and cheap it
Are you
is.
crazy?
Exactly.
Are
So
you
it would cut
crazy?
down their profit, right? A
Are you
drug dealer on the
fucking
street
crazy? Wait,
corner.
hold on. Are you fucking crazy, dude? I
Dude,
just
you
went
can
and
get
bought
weed
an
so
ounce
cheap.
of rosin. Hold on.
Yeah.
I just went and bought an ounce of rosin from my plug. Okay. And I'll be honest, dude, it's 10 times better than what you get at the dispensary. And you can't even get an ounce from them. And honestly, it's fucking 20 times cheaper and better. Are you fucking kidding me? No way.
That's just my experience. I would much
Yeah,
rather drive the 20 minutes.
maybe,
I would
but
drive
like,
20 minutes to go to the dispensary, get an
Right.
ounce of weed
But-
for $30, and then come back home and have that weed last me 6 months
But
like it
that's-
has right now.
Yeah. And then it'd be
Yeah.
better, right, than having to deal with a dealer and wait for a dealer and the legality part of it too, you know?
It
there's
is
no,
sketchy.
So say
mean-
theoretically, if we were to do that with all drugs, then it would cut the drug dealers out the equation and you would have safer streets and
I
more
don't know,
control
man.
of people
I
that are
get what
dying
you're
and ODing.
saying in a way, you know, part of me is like, yeah, because we had that, but it doesn't. It doesn't.
I
Because
think-
people can grow their own shit. We're still
Ashley's
gonna have
like
it.
Ashley said,
People
they're
can
still
make
gonna
their
do
own
it.
shit. They're gonna put more time, pride, and effort. They're gonna keep their own plugs.
Yep.
Like shit, I know people that give that shit away at an alarming rate because they have so much fucking weed, bro. Like people, like you said, you're getting thrown packs, bro. That shit's at an abundance, at a rate of like, bro, like, no, the shit's cheap on the streets and good now. I was under your guys' belief forever until I let my card expire in March and started fucking around with my people again. And realized, oh man, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I've been
I don't know,
wasting
like
my
boy on
time
the
and
street-
money. I'm getting better rosin now for a quarter of the price.
Yeah, my boy on the streets got some fire ass weed. Remember I told you
That's
about the
what
guy
I'm
who
trying
pulled
to say, bro.
But-
no,
but
bro. When the
it's
government
much more
gets
expensive,
involved,
though,
doesn't
than the
necessarily
club.
make it better.
It is
bro.
more
That's
expensive
the
than the
club.
club, though. I'll give them that. The club,
Them
I can go-
$30 ounces aren't all that great. Like people that grow can sell you $30 ounces.
But remember I showed you my $30. It wasn't an ounce though. It was $30 for like 20 grams, and that was some flame, bro. You even said yourself, like, damn, nigga, that's some fire. So for that's what it is because they have an abundance of it. You know what I'm saying? They took over the farmers and hired them, and now they got the recipe and shit. Meanwhile, people like us that grew up selling it, knowing about it, knowing the whole culture, we got completely taken out of that shit, and then they stole our hustle, bro. So like they could do the same thing, bro, with these drug dealers that are the reason for the ODs on the streets, the reason,
I mean,
you know. And then if you make something like that, right, it'll take away most of their clientele,
But
and most of their
that's not
clientele
what
will be children,
but
and then they'll
you're
get
not-
even more time when they get caught up, bro.
I'm
You know, so
playing
it's like-
devil's advocate because what you're saying just isn't like it's never gonna happen because one. What about prisons? You think they're just gonna go ahead and ixnay the prison?
Will always exist because there's always going to be yeah, I can say that there's always going to be sick
Why?
people out there
What's
that want to
the
do
number
crazy
one
shit.
cause of crime? Hold on. What's the number one cause of crime?
I don't know what the number one cause of crime is, bro. 'cause
Come on, bro.
crime
You
has
know what 90% of most criminals end up going to jail on, right? No? Drugs.
yeah, most of them are drugs. Yeah, drugs, petty theft.
Whether it's a drug charge, drugs
Yeah,
are
drugs,
involved
petty
one way or
theft and
another.
shit.
Alcohol, drugs, whatever.
Yeah.
So prison is very much profiting off of alcohol and drug war.
Yeah,
The government is,
but if you were able to profit off that,
pharma
right?
is.
Sorry.
Like there's just too much profit off of us. Like she said, even like rehabs and facilities and hospitals. There's just too much money. Insurance companies are making way too much money, bro. There's just too much of a fucking, too much going on. There's a ring of people making hella money off of people suffering. And I wish there would, and I pray, and like this is like I literally have so much empathy for those people. That's why I want to get rid of. Like I say, just eliminate the fucking people that are selling it. I don't even think they should even get nothing. They just eliminate them, man. Like it's not the dealer, it's the or not the addict, man. It's really the people that are knowingly putting that shit in the streets, man. Like that's kind of where we should be aiming at.
I sent a picture of my $30 ounce in the chat. It's not terrible.
Let me see.
In the Discord, that is.
Oh, okay. No, I heard like I seen some $30 an ounce shit from Michigan that wasn't bad. I wouldn't smoke it personally, but you know, I don't see nothing wrong with it. My buddy just got some and really enjoyed it, so I'm not judging it at all. Let me see.
Yeah, rolls are designer. Thiz pills, those are designer drugs.
Oh no, rolls, ketamine, all
because,
that.
Because every time you take a Thiz pill, it could have acid in it. It could have cocaine in it. It could have Valium in it. It has a bunch of different shit in it. It got meth in it even, bro. That's why you don't want to fuck with those things. They're party drugs, you know? Ecstasy is crazy, bro. It's ecstasy, but this pill is different from ecstasy. You could take pure ecstasy, right? And that's in a pill. But a Thiz pill is ecstasy mixed with a bunch of different drugs. And you don't know what you're getting every time you get one. And you do not want to fuck around with it.
Man, you can get cheap weed here at the shops and take it to native villages and get some crazy, but you're gonna be a kid native to get away with it.
I don't know. I just think if we were to do that, maybe that would help a little bit. But that's just an idea. I don't think it could happen anytime soon. But
I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just going. I don't know if that's feasible. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's just
like,
an idea.
That's what, like I said, Portland failed. Like they were our litmus test, and they failed miserably. They did.
What? Where they just legalized everything?
They legalized everything, and that didn't last even a year, dude. It didn't last 1 year, like bro. They're like, no. There was motherfucking vans rolling around like ice cream trucks selling drugs out that bitch, bro.
There's a place in Canada like that too, isn't there?
I know, and Canada failed miserably too. Remember New York also?
Yeah,
giving out free crack pipes and syringes and shit, and their fucking and their vending machines. Bro, they put that shit out. They put out like I forget how many vending machines that would make like that had like Narcan and all the stuff that you would need. That shit lasted about 10 hours. There was an article the next day. Everything was cleaned out that night.
Yeah. So I think it's like this, bro. Like if you are gonna do a project like that, don't be an idiot and be like, oh, you can just do it out in the streets. No, you will get it drunk, intoxicated in public. All that shit, and we'll charge you extra just for the fact that hey, it's legalized. Why are you being a dipshit and coming outside and kind of fucking it up for everybody else type shit, right? So it's like it should be like that, bro. But no, they're just like everything goes.
Yeah,
it's like no kind of like contingency plan at all. Like,
well, I mean, we're like she said. I think we're making the step with at least having the psychedelic. Like, bro, when I was a kid. If you got caught with shrooms, it was a big deal.
Yeah,
when I was a kid, if you got caught with L, it was a big deal. You know, with some acid or something, it was a big deal. If you got caught with ecstasy, it was a big deal. Nowadays, it's not.
Yeah. In California growing up, it was a big deal if you got caught up with that shit. But everybody was really scared of yada.
Weed's not even a fucking, it's not even anything. So we've come a long way, they're always going to tweak things to make it, like if you were going to talk the designer side, they're just always going to tweak it. You know what I'm saying? So you're always going to constantly have it. I don't know, man. That's sketchy shit for me, man. Like you're always going to like, there's no responsible way of administering meth to anybody, bro. There just isn't, dude. I'm sorry. I can't.
Yeah.
Picture it in my head, and I don't want to personally.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is like, it's gonna be they're gonna be twice as hard on you if you're coming to a party, right, where it's like fucking say it's a topless party, right? You're not just gonna grab every tit you see, right? You're gonna enjoy the party and be like, yeah, cool. But there's other people that are gonna fucking go around and start doing dumb shit, you know, like they do in strip clubs, etc. Right? And they get kicked out. That's what they would do with the drugs. Hey, we're gonna give them to you, but once you fucking mess up your responsibility, then you know you're gonna A, B, and C. You know, and that's what it is. It has to be responsibilities within responsibilities. But like I said, it's just an idea. It's not feasible without a real solid plan behind it. But it's just that's the outline of it. You know, hey, let's take over the drug industry like we did with weed, right? Of course, government involvement. But
Now look,
but in a feasible world, bro. Don't think of it right now. You know.
in all reality, this can't happen. But in La La World, go ahead.
Not La La World, but
La La World. Go ahead.
Hypothetically,
Same thing. Go ahead.
We could take drug dealers out the equation by taking over the drug industry and saying, if you want to get a hold of these drugs, you can come get some of these drugs, right, for this price, whatever, and we'll make sure that you know, if you can't handle this responsibility, then we're just gonna have to take you off them. You just can't have it. And then that's when you go to AA, you go to mental health, you get prescribed something else, bro, that's gonna get you off the shit, and then now you're a productive human being. If we don't do that in any kind of shape or form at all, and we keep this not dumping money into you know mental health for drug users, if we keep just ignoring all these problems, then that's not gonna help either. You know, so we have to come up with some kind of plan that's like where that's the basis of the outline. Hey, get the fucking drug dealers out the equation so people could do drugs responsibly and have outlets that if they fuck up, just like alcohol or anything else, they can find help. You know?
Yeah, I mean, help should always be there for anybody.
Yeah.
Because if somebody wants help, that means there might possibly save them.
Yeah, exactly.
And if they're not seeking help, then they're, you know.
Yeah, if they're not seeking help.
But if you're seeking help, you might actually save somebody. So that being said, there should always be help. There should always be a place for somebody to go.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than the streets. Yeah, exactly.
I can't argue with anybody,
shelter, right?
you know, at all. And I believe that there kind of is.
There is, but not really. You know what I'm saying? Not at the level we need. Like, even in California, it's a fucking joke, bro. There's more empty houses than there is homeless people. And there's a lot of homeless people out here. And there's for every homeless people, we can give them 2.5 houses for every homeless person in California. And they don't do it.
Yeah, but do a lot of them want to help, though? That's back to the question. No.
Well, yeah, but that's just an example. No. I'm not saying give every homeless person a house. I'm just saying build more shelters. That's it. You know, you don't have to give a homeless person a fucking house, but you can give them a shelter, a room, bro, a shelter that has multiple rooms in it, and you can go home, sit in your room, do what the fuck you need to do. And if you die,
they did do that during the pandemic for the most part. It didn't work out too well.
No, during the pandemic, bro, it was horrible out here in California, bro. Homeless people were not getting no fucking shelter like that. Yeah, they were getting their little COVID checks.
Yeah, they were. They were
getting their little COVID checks for sure. You would see them flossing out here. All the homeless people were out here flossing during COVID, okay? It was out
well, dude, a lot of people were flocking there for COVID.
The crime rate
a lot of people were flocking there for COVID. You know what I'm saying?
But it was funny, bro. We were laughing about that shit like fucking 5 years ago. We were like, damn, bro, look at all these homeless people. They've been kind of chilling lately, huh? It's like, yeah, bro, those stimmies, they got them stimmies, but they'll be back.
Yeah. I mean,
back out there, you know? Some of them won't even make it back. That money's going to be the last check they ever get, some of them.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
straight up. So that it was sad. We were kind of laughing about it, but it was sad at the same time. Like, damn, bro, that's crazy, huh? Like, some of them, that's really that stimmy check they got, that little $600. That was they you know, they last little ticket, bro. You know, and
yeah, no, you're right.
That's crazy, right? Like,
I mean, and that wasn't even anything.
Yeah. But they were, you know, but it's enough, you know, like $30, $50, $100 is enough to just go bye-bye, bro. Go to sleep and just, you know. Especially if it's some fentanyl. You know?
What do you think about, like, do you have anything you want to add to this, Ashley? Because, like, it seems like you know what you're, you know, think you hit it pretty.
Which part?
Just any of it, like anything that we've
As far
said
as
that
what the addicts
Jack,
need,
or have anything you want to add to it.
Nothing that would be constructive to the conversation.
huh?
Why?
Constructive?
What would be not constructive? I would rather have someone that doesn't agree.
No, I mean like it's
What do
stuff
you?
that you guys have already said, so like repeating it isn't gonna do
I
anything
get
to
what you're saying.
enforce.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I was just saying as far as helping the addicts, what would you add to that? Like what do you think that people should do to help the addicts? Do you think that we should do like um more shelters, or do you think that we should just prescribe them the drugs and control their amount of drugs that they can get, or should we just not do that and just let people do what they're gonna do and just let the problem kind of like continue to consistently grow or not grow, whatever it may be, whatever direction.
I think like a big part of it is mental health based, so I think making mental health treatment more affordable in general rather than just addiction like therapy or addiction recovery resources would be a
Hmm.
good first start because a lot of people that are like impoverished or dealing with all that,
Yeah,
they have a lot of mental health barriers into getting back into like being a productive member of society. So I think
yeah,
it starts there before any steps can be taken towards their addiction, is getting them stable and mentally better before you try and approach the addiction side.
yeah. And the addiction side also though is like because I have firsthand experience with this. Whenever they're not on the drug anymore, they seem to throw up and the shakes, they get sick, all these different things. So it's like, the physical addiction, they do have to get past that part before they could start like breaking down the whole mental health behind it, because during that time they're not able to focus on that. My friend described it as starving. It's like you're hungry, and no matter how much you eat, nothing, you know. That's what the heroin addiction said. He said it was like, you know. So yeah, that's one thing I agree on. It's hella about mental health, but the addiction itself has to be physically addressed, as far as having them in a recovery center, having them in a room where all they can sweat it out and get past all that, make sure they're detoxed. Um Even weeks after that, you have to make sure they're not getting back on that stuff by doing the mental health work,
It also
doing
doesn't
the
help that a lot of recovery houses and things like that are infiltrated by those substances too. My mom was in
oh
three or
yeah, for
four of
sure.
them, and people were bringing it in all the time. She's like, I can't stay clean. Everybody is like doing
Yeah.
around me, and you know.
And yeah, and that brings me back to my point about shelter, and how important it is to have, real shelter though, not just a halfway house that's ran by some charity foundation, right? You need a actual administration that's like ran by the World Health Organization, stuff like that, real people that have professional backing, experience, with the infrastructure to do the work with, you know?
Um, yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of work to be done in that aspect. That's for sure. Um, we're so far away from it being anywhere close to where it needs to be, in my opinion. I think that's a way bigger issue than anything else we could bring up. Like, I feel like that's just a huge issue. Lending hand. Let's see. What is lending hand? Imagine they make a pill that makes an addict feel normal, then they're kind of getting high off a true way they
Yeah.
should feel, high off life. Yeah, again, in a
That would be
reality
dope.
world, that would be amazing. I would, they would never want to do that, unfortunately, but I would say that would
I
be
think they already
amazing.
have. It's called DMT.
We could learn a lot from Switzerland's addiction recovery projects.
I mean, DMT only lasts 10 minutes. What are they gonna do after
No,
that?
I'm just playing.
But yeah,
DMT is because we already
DMT
form it.
can
It's
rewire
kind of
your
like a
brain, though.
biological
So
joke
can mushrooms.
or biology joke.
I don't know. I did DMT, and it definitely rewired my brain for a minute.
Oh yeah, I've never done it before, but I know other people that's done it. And, yeah, it doesn't sound like a
I've done
I'll
it
probably have a fucking heart attack.
It's not as bad as you think, but it's definitely not something you want to do every day. What annoys me is that people who abuse those places to just get a night to sleep and take it away from someone. That's what I'm trying to get at, Landing Hand. Yeah, exactly. Everything.
But I don't know, people that are trying to take advantage of those places. So people that are taking advantage of the place. So if I'm in need, am I taking advantage of it? Or like, what do you mean? Like,
People take
because
advantage of
anybody
it.
that's
And
there is
people
there
get
for a
so
reason, right?
example,
Like,
prime example is like I said during the pandemic, and a lot of these people don't want help. They get this housing, they get these
yeah,
counseling, and they're getting this money that's free from the government, and they're spending it on drugs. They're still doing drugs, and they're cheating the government. They're getting free
yeah.
housing, and they're abusing the system. They're getting
But that's where you get
methadone, they're
mental health
selling it, they're
requirements too.
doing it, they're buying heroin, etc. That's a real fucking thing. I mean, it's just obvious. I know people. Yeah, dude, that's it is what it is.
Yeah.
People get their scripts of Suboxone and sell it so they can go buy heroin.
But are we trying to say that that number of that many people are more so than the full number of people that are on drugs?
Yeah, I would say
Because
that
because
most
if
people like look, dude. A lot. How do you think most of
I
the drugs
understand,
are hitting the
yeah,
streets, man? What do you mean?
I
People go
understand.
to the
I
doctor,
understand the
say their
opportunist,
back
bro. Like
hurts, gets
my uncle
pills.
Moses, fool dude. Like I took him with me. I didn't even know he had what he had on him. But we
Well,
went to
that's
this
you,
party I
bro.
took him to, and then he mentioned it to some other guy. My boy pulled me to the side. He goes, "Bro, look, man, this and that. He got this in your car right now." And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, bro. He was telling me he got this in your car, and woo woo." But he was like, "Hey, look at me, bro. That's a hard thing to shake, bro. You really gotta like tell him something or and don't hang around him that much, bro, because he can really get you in some trouble." And that fool, I guess he had a little piece with him the whole time, bro, a little thing, and I didn't even know, bro. He was being real sneaky, you know. So I understand
Exactly, lending
the
hand.
opportunistic, but they're only doing that to get lit. Now, if they're legally bind to having to stay somewhere, there's people that still break the rules, yes, but there's more people that follow the rules the whole time. They get out
No,
there, try
there's
their
not.
hardest,
How can
maybe a
you say
couple.
that? You're going by
Can
pure
I even finish
fucking.
my
No,
last
you're
point? I'm gonna
not.
say one
You're
more
not
thing.
going
Yeah.
by fact, bro. Stop. You're not going
I'm
by
just saying
fact. You have no
I'm
experience
going
in what
by
you're saying. No,
I'm going
no,
by
you're
people that are on
wrong.
drugs being
You're fucking
opportunists.
wrong. I cannot let you sit here and make shit up, bro. How many addicts do you have that are friends that you watch go through exactly what you're saying? Tell me right now
Juan,
and die.
Juan, B John, my boy Marcus. Who else? My Laquita, when her mom died, she got
Okay, and no,
into
no, 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 no,
soma
no, no,
pills.
no. Go
She
back. And
My
you're
boy
telling
Tim,
me that
somebody put
those
something in his
people
drink. He used to
lived
play
a
basketball with me,
normal.
and now he stands in front of Circle K, bro, with a big beard, and he barely recognizes me and shit. I give him $5 almost every time I see
So
him, bro.
what is your
You know what I'm saying?
fucking point,
These are
dude? What is
my
your
point
fucking
that I'm
point?
making is these people are out of their mind, and of course they're gonna fucking take advantage of shit because they're out their fucking mind. It's kind of like being mad at a
You're
kid
out of your
that's
fucking
mentally
mind,
disabled
dude.
for not being able to say his ABCs. You're getting, oh, he's just taking advantage and he wants to walk in front of the
You're
Disney line because of this.
fucking out of
That's what
your
you're saying when you're saying these
mind,
addicts
bro.
that are
You're
on
living in
drugs are just
fairyland,
trying to take
man.
advantage.
Come
Like,
on, bro.
okay, yes, of course, duh. I mean, like,
Nah,
duh.
that's just so fucking
Let's
far
let, let's
off,
break
bro.
that mind state that they got then. Let's chip away at that by saying, hey, you know, we can get you off these drugs. We can put you through these classes. We can offer you a job. We're gonna put you on a program to make sure you go down the right path. And this is all, you know, gonna be backed by professionals that really know what the f they're doing, not just local charity programs that's ran by some liberal billionaire that just wants to get a fucking gold medal because he supposedly helped people, but really didn't donate to shit. You know, that's what I'm asking for. Of course they're gonna take advantage. They're on drugs. Of course they're gonna do all the bad shit. They're on
That's the
drugs.
whole
But does that
point,
mean we can
bro. You're
humanize
making
them?
no sense. Like I know friends that
Oh my god.
literally did it,
I think I'm making
dude.
perfect sense right now. Ain't I,
No,
Ashley?
you're not. You're not, though. You're absolutely not.
Oh
You're
man.
absolutely not. I've lost in the last 3 or 4 years. I've lost a
My
handful of
boy
friends.
Juan, bro. I lost my
If
boy
I
B
don't give a
John,
fuck,
bro.
I
I've lost
do
so many
care
people to
about
drugs.
Juan, but that has nothing to
My boy
do with
Sammy
the
OD'd off
truth.
heroin,
The truth
off
is, he
heroin, bro.
lived in sober living. They lived there. They fucking cheated the system, and they all ended up expiring. All, and these are people that are my best friends, my brothers. So for you to say that, oh, everybody, no. The majority of those people were not trying to get better. It would be more like, instead of like 9 out of 10 trying, it'd be more like 7 out of 10 not trying. It was rare to find somebody that actually was trying to get up out of there and do the right thing. Almost every person was complacent and wanted drugs and got what they could when they could. That is just
addicting,
a
bro.
fucking fact.
Drugs are
It's not an
physically addicting,
opinion.
bro.
It's a fucking fact. They lived off the government.
Is it a fact that drugs are addicting?
It's a fact, bro. It is a
Okay,
fucking fact
that's
because
all,
I
okay.
watched it and it was sad, bro. It was the worst thing I ever had to see in my life.
Yeah, I saw my boy Juan the other day, bro. He still thinks people are trying to
Yeah,
set
but
him
at
up. He
least
was
he's
talking to my mom
alive.
at the church.
But at least he's
he was trying
alive,
to, like,
bro. You know?
No, he still thinks people are trying to set him up, bro. He held some dude hostage the other day. Not the other day, but like more like 4 months ago. He held some dude hostage in his house because he thought he took his money, but then he found the money and he had that full, like, you know, with the pew pew and everything. Tripping. You know what I'm saying? This is a guy I used to do music with, like chill with. Tim, like I said, on drugs now. In front of the store every day. My boy B John, he couldn't afford his medicine anymore. Went to his homie to go get some other stuff. Died off of fentanyl, bro. And his room was locked. They were trying to open the door, and he was in his room, bro. And they couldn't open the door. My boy Sammy, back in 2012,
Wait, but
drinking
you're not making.
promethazine,
But see what you're
drinking
doing is
promethazine, and
get
died.
your shit. No. I understand, and I feel bad for your
And they
friends.
were
But you're
addicted.
not
I'll tell
making
Sammy
no.
to
But
stop,
you're not. But what you're doing is
and
just
he didn't
giving me
want to stop.
instances of you losing friends. But you're not giving me instances of you having friends that live in sober housing that fucking
No,
succeeded.
okay, yeah, no.
And you're not
How many
giving me
people did go
one
to sober
fucking
housing?
example of anybody
Okay,
that is
Juan
trying to
went to
get
sober
right.
housing.
You're giving me
Didn't
examples
work.
of people that are fucked up and not getting right. You're not
No, we're
literally.
making
You're
examples of what people
literally
need.
talking out one side. You're not making no sense. We're talking
But
about people trying to get better by giving them help. And when you reach out and give them these things, what Landing's saying is they take advantage of that. It is rare
yeah,
when you said the opposite.
and I'm
It's
saying, duh.
no. Get your shit right, bro. No. You said exact words. There's more people trying to get better, and it's the total opposite. And it's like
I
you're
think
not using facts, bro. You're just
no. I
spewing
said the
shit.
people that take
And like this
advantage,
is
right?
a topic that I'm
I
fucking
think they're a
really
very
well
low
versed
percentage
on, and you
compared to the whole
sound
number of people that want help.
absolutely far off, bro. You're not even close. Not even close.
I don't know, man. I think
That's
it's just like
it's a dude. You're not close. So what
maybe
you're
this is an opinion thing,
saying
bro.
is
Maybe this is an
just
opinion
a
thing.
fucking fairy tale, man. I wish Ryan was on the fucking stage right now because he's seen it with his own fucking eyes too, bro. He'll tell you. He's everything
Ashley, what do you
I said
think?
to you, bro. He'll tell you the exact fucking same, bro.
Ashley, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
What do you think the number of people compared that take advantage, right, as drug dealer or drug users, right? What do you think the number is compared to people that really absolutely need help because they're in a dire situation, or the people that want to just go there because they don't care whether they're in a dire situation, they just want to take advantage of everything? What do you think the number is? Do you think there's like a smaller number of people that are like have ill intentions, or do you think it's like a kind of like a maybe a 60-40 type of thing?
I was thinking a 30-70.
30-70, like where it comes to what?
So when it comes to taking advantage of the resources, I do think about 30% are just kind of bullshitting or there because they feel like they have to be with
Thank
no
you.
intention of getting better, and that's just because that's
Her word
what
don't
I've
mean shit,
seen.
bro. Her word don't mean shit, bro. Her word is just an opinion. You don't got fucking numbers. I'm going by
No, I'm
fucking
just saying
like
because that's just
experience,
another
bro.
opinion that's like
I value her word, but she's giving you I think about. You're like, oh, thank you. Like that's fucking validation.
because that's what I was trying
not
to say.
validation, bro.
That's what I've been trying to say this
That's
whole time.
not
I don't think
validation.
that
If
the
my
number
boy,
of people
listen,
that's trying
hold
to take
on, man.
advantage of the system
If you
is
experienced
as high
it,
as the
then
number of
that's
people that
one
actually
thing.
need
But
help.
you haven't. So you like, have you actually experienced it yourself?
Yes and no. I am credentialed, so I have a credentialed opinion on it.
What's your credential?
I have a master's in addiction and recovery studies, ironically, from
Okay.
SNA2.
So again, where have you do you personally have experiences with people in shelters and know the insides of what these people are doing?
Yes, technically, but it
So
doesn't. My
no, the
experience
answer is
doesn't.
no. The answer is absolutely no, because you would say yes if it was yes. You motherfuckers can never say yes or no, and I'm talking about Dell. Any
Here's
fucking
why.
person can never just say yes or fucking no. It's like I don't give a fuck about anybody's master's degree. Here's the facts. The facts are when you live the life and you've been inside the circle, not what from some doctors getting from what they're lying and saying to you, but the actual circle. When you know the inner circle, the workings of how the whole fucking thing goes, everything you guys have said is a fucking not true. I've personally, listen, man, I've cried myself to sleep because I fucking had to watch this shit, bro. I've watched my dude struggle living in these sober houses. I've watched him live with people that aren't trying to get, and he's actually wants to get sober and actually has people in the houses that are doing shit. And it's a revolving door, dude. It's never ending. They get their medicine, they sell it so they can buy drugs, man. They fucking literally constantly are getting drug tested. They're literally going to fucking psych wards. They're literally constantly struggling. They're not trying to get better, and it's sad. And yes, the mental health is probably the first most important thing of it all. That's the common ground thing of every one of them. As mental health, and usually something that's happened to them in the past, and we can't take that away. But to think that they're not going there and they're not taking advantage, or if that's just part of their addiction, right? Maybe they're not going like, hey, I'm gonna take, but in our minds, they are taking advantage of it because they're there to get sober, but they're not really trying to. They're trying to maintain life on the daily, which is which is understandable.
Exactly what Ryan just said too. He said, "I lived it. Most people were in for court, and a lot of it is pretrial diversion for drug offenses, and that is where I was saying that is what I have seen is they're not in it to get better. They're more so trying to take advantage of the system. That is where my opinion stems from."
Yeah, most people have to be there. Like they got in trouble. A lot of people like are homeless, so they go there to have a place to go.
Yeah.
It's very rare that you get the guy that's like you get this homeless guy that they bring in and it's like, oh, and it's a success story and it's worth it for those people, and I'm not taking that away. But to say that most or even half are trying to get out and do better, maybe they want to, but they're not. It's just not. I'm telling you, man. I promise you guys. I'm not, and I wish Ryan would pop in because Ryan saw it as much as I have, and I can name off 4 or 5 friends that were in that system that we're talking about. Not just drug addicts, living in a fucking crack house or something. I'm talking about living with the government housing through drug systems.
Ryan, if you come up here, just yell at me. Don't yell at her, okay? Just yell at me.
I'm not yelling at her. I'm talking.
I'll take all the heat.
For her. You don't tell me how to run my shit. I'm not yelling at nobody, bro. I'm not yelling at nobody.
Now, Tim, I sent you one of my personal TikToks. I would prefer if it wasn't shown on stream, but it's text and stuff I used to get from my mom while she was in a recovery facility about how everybody's doing drugs and a whole bunch of other shit. But this is like the mind of an addict text, like real time, real shit to me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that kind of backs up what I'm saying there, Del.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. What we were trying to say is what they need and what we're getting right now.
But why I got into the position I did, and I don't know why you need her to rescue you, is you literally spit out facts that weren't true, which was most of them are trying to do well. And she's like, and I'm not using her again like you did. I'm just telling you, if she's got the actual letter, that's validating with the same things that I've heard every day, man. I talk to him daily. I talk to these roommates. You hear, dude, this shit is wild. And then they have to be out at certain times of the day, right? So like they're on the streets, and that's when shit really gets fucked up. And they're supposed to be out looking for jobs, but they're really like hustling to get drugs. Bro, you don't understand. Like this,
I understand. That's San Jose, bro. That's San Francisco.
And these people have no choice.
Oakland.
It's a revolving door, dude.
That's East Palo Alto out here. They do the same thing. They have to be outside, like you said. They have to go to these little things, and it doesn't work. I never disagreed with you on that part about it working. I disagreed with the fact that you're saying that most of these people that are going through the addiction, which makes them have these behavioral problems, right? Which makes them victims, right? Because they can't fucking even help themselves because their minds are fucked up. So therefore, they could get taken advantage of by getting sent through the court systems and all this different shit, right? And what's happening to them right now is obviously not working. And that was the topic we were talking about.
No,
I wasn't disagreeing with you on anything.
That wasn't the topic. No, it wasn't, bro. It was the exact words.
But the only thing I disagree on is dehumanizing them. I don't do that.
You're fucking wrong again, bro. Stop trying to backtrack, dog.
And that's it.
The exact words you literally said.
Was how many percent of people
went. So stop trying to backtrack.
How many don't?
Dude. Stop interrupting me, dude, because you're fucking not true. Keep it 100, bro.
And you know what I said?
You fucking aren't. You come with these stats, bro, and you need to not understand, bro. You're talking to a seasoned motherfucker here. You're not talking to some fucking buster understood. You're not. I've fucking been it. If it were talking about anything else, I might back down on the topic. But this one, dog, you're barking up the wrong fucking tree, and you've said the wrong shit. Just like the children thing in the schools, bro. Just go ahead and back off. Because you're fucking wrong, dude. And you fucking said way too much. And the fact where you really bit your tongue was to say that they weren't taking advantage of this system and they're trying to get out. It's just not fucking true. And you said it's a fact, and that is not a fact. So you cannot say on here or anywhere things are facts with no proof, bro. That's fucked up. Or personal experience. Give me a fuck. You know what I'm saying? No. You're telling somebody who's experienced it to somebody who has no fucking clue. I need somebody on the inside. You can't tell somebody who's been on the inside how this shit works, bro. Come on.
Marco Street.
That would be like me telling a fucking cop how the fucking shit goes. Like how they run their shit. I don't know. It's their fucking game. But trust me, there's a network, dude. And that's it. And if we cannot fucking... like nothing's free, man, and I think that we could just provide everybody, and they're gonna not like take advantage of that. It's sad, and it's sad that we can't do it. But man, you can't be saying that shit, bro.
Saying what?
That like
that people want help?
You can't.
I can't be saying that people want help.
No, you can say people want help, but you can't say that.
I said.
You can't say that it's a fact that fucking 90%. 9 out of 10 people are trying to get better. It's like
I didn't say that. I said it's more like a 60-40.
No, you didn't. We're gonna have to replay it. You said most. I said no, bro. I said fuck.
Oh no, I said like 20%. That's what I said. I was like, I think maybe like maybe a little over 20% is probably the people that are taking advantage. And I think the other percentage is people that are actually in dire situations, that are addicted, or they have to go through the courts, etc. But the people that are taking advantage compared to all those other different categories, right, are fucking, I feel like minimal, dude. And then if they are taking advantage, right, and that other percent, it's because they're on drugs, bro. And they need to take advantage of these resources, right? So they could better help themselves, and the people that are doing the work could better help them.
And you said the perfect words, take advantage of the situation. And that's what they're doing.
Okay.
You said it perfectly.
Okay.
You said it perfectly. But, hey, man, if people want help, we need to get them help. You know, but our system's fucked. And the people also, in the end this, because you're never going to see the truth unless you actually live it, I guess, is the people that are taking care of these people don't give a fuck either. That's the other part that's sad. So a lot of these doctors and patients, the people that they put them on all these psych meds and don't want to really treat these people, and that part's fucked. Because if you treated their mental health you just may be able to treat their addiction and their life, but what they're doing is they're over prescribing them drugs and dumbing them the fuck down, and they're going out to fill whatever void they've got left in their life, bro. I watched it till they die.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like for anybody to say that it's like to downplay it and think that it's something like good.
What am I downplaying by saying that people
playing
need
the
help?
fucking people, bro? Because it's really horrible.
Yeah, I don't think
It's
I'm
the
downplaying
total
nothing.
opposite, man. It's the
I'm
total
not
opposite.
downplaying
As a
anything.
matter of fact, the dude I told you, he's a pass now. He would probably, since it is, was Memorial Day, he would probably want me to tell the story, but like, my best friend, dude, died the day I talked to him, bro. He was living in a sober house, and it was a government-funded housing for addicts. And I was his emergency contact, man. Anytime anything happened to him, he got moved, got put into another facility because they go fucking nuts. They go to the fucking psych wards. They get put in, dude, it's fucked, right? And I'd be getting phone calls all the time. Hey, he's gone here. This is going on for him. And you hear screaming. You hear fucking the most craziest stuff in the world. You hear the craziest stories I've ever heard in my life. You know what I'm saying? And, I would get phone calls from these hospitals, bro, these homes, saying so-and-so is not here. Like, where is he at? Or so-and-so overdosed. Like, you know how many overdose fucking calls I got? You know what I'm saying? So-and-so overdosed. Like, I'm the emergency contact. Like, he's overdosed. He's in the hospital. And it wasn't like once, wasn't twice. It was over a span of like 6 years, probably like 15 times. And he won, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, and it wasn't one person. That was just somebody I put my time and effort into. And so did other people that watched the show did too, to that same person. And his friends. Actually, Ryan can vouch hardcore. And that being said, man, they never got saved, bro.
Yeah.
They never got saved.
I give you a short example of something. When it comes to abusing the system, I can think back to a really distinct time in my life. I was 13, and my mom would ship me off to a psychiatrist and coach me on what to say in order to get prescribed certain meds, and specifically it was Adderall. So she had her own Adderall prescription, and my dad would take all 60 of them in a night and watch adult content on the computer for like 3 days straight. So like he would take all of her meds, so she would take me to the psych so she could abuse the ones that were prescribed to me. So there's a lot of loopholes and ways in the system that people are going to get their hands on stuff, whether it's ethical or not. It's an addict is going to want their drug of choice until they wake up at this point.
Yeah.
Right here, if you can see it, look how big my boy was.
And it's sad, but nowadays, R.I.P. brother.
No, this is my boy, right? And look how big he is right there. Look, a UFC fighter. He was doing Muay Thai. Let me show you what he looks like right now. Big guy, right? About like 230. This is what he looks like right now when I'm driving past the projects and shit, and I see him out there in front of the store. He looks like this now, bro. Look how skinny he is.
My mom
And he
said
just to himself.
I'm sorry,
My
brother.
boy,
That sucks. My
Oh,
mom
and I've
said,
known this guy
"What
since
I
I was a kid.
seen-"
He used to give me shoes when I didn't have shoes in the hood, bro, because he's older than me, He used to really look out for me. He used to slap MF Doom. I wouldn't have known what fucking what was the rapper Chord Mega. I would have never known what Chord Mega was doing for this guy, And now he's just out of his mind, bro. So I deal with that shit too, bro. I have people that call me, bro, like that know me, that I've known since I was a kid, bro, that used to, and I have to like look past that they smell like shit, that they they got dirty ass hands trying to shake my hand. I have to look past all that and just operate in love. So when I see that, and I see that like there's people saying they're all taking advantage of the system, it's like, yeah, but you know what? That we need to help them anyway, bro.
Hey,
because
bro, I hate to say
has
it,
known
but
me,
that
don't even
person you
recognize
just showed on the phone most likely would do the same shit.
me,
So, like, it's you're acting like
I,
it's like beating up
it's
on somebody that's for telling the truth, bro. I'm
no,
sorry,
it's
man,
like, yeah,
but the truth hurts, bro. Not everything's lollipops and fancy pants, dude.
nah, it's
It's
just,
not. It's just not, man. And homegirl said it very well, man. Her
yeah,
mom
that
let
people
her
are
go
gonna get
get
a hold
these
of
drugs.
things.
Like people
I
want
agree with
their
her that
shit, dude. It doesn't matter.
I agree.
From what I've seen, my mom said this, by the way. What's up, mama? For what I've seen, and by the way, happy Memorial Day. Love you. For what I've seen, when you try to recover with help, the help is giving you another drug. So there's no real help but your own will. And that's,
Yeah,
well, I mean, that's it.
yeah,
That's it. If you don't want it, man, there's no
yeah,
help.
yeah.
It's hard
And
breaking generational addiction too at this rate, with whatever you're surrounded with or what you grew up on, because you're
well
more likely
said,
to fall
Ashley.
into it.
Exactly,
Well said,
exactly.
Ashley, because, the person I'm talking about, his father, who was a lawyer, you know, a well-known lawyer, he died from an overdose. His uncle, also very successful lawyer, died from an overdose. I mean, like, dude.
How it is in my family too. Every generation before mine has been an addict. My grandmother, for example, I smoked weed with her for the first time when I was 14, but she's always done like coke, she's done psychedelics, she's done all of those types of things. And then my parents were on pills. They were on pills, crack, and weed. My sister was on pills and weed, which I mean, I don't really consider weed like a drug, but it can be to the wrong person. It's one of those things that I'm the first person in my family that hasn't done hard drugs. I refuse pain meds. Like I don't want to end up like them. Shit, two of my uncles were hooked on heroin. One of them's dead. Every
Mhm.
generation before me is dead because of their addictions.
Yeah,
Like I don't
Well,
have parents, I don't have grandparents, I don't got any of those people because addiction has taken them all from me.
yeah,
well, I'll say I have no my closest friend, like bro Ryan's my brother. Like we're last of a dying breed. Like
yeah,
we're like we lost a lot of friends, and um, like you said, I mean, I lost total thought of where I was going with that. But we've lost a lot of fucking people to this stuff, man. And
um,
yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't dealt really with the like with it being like yeah, addiction definitely gets passed down.
yeah,
No doubt. And breaking the cycle and depression, all that, all these different things, man. There's a lot of million things that contribute to this, to these things. And I hate to say it, but my mom will agree. The doctors are a huge factor in all this. They started it. Most people go in with the clear head and they get like Ashley said, prescribed the Adderall. They get the oxys for the first time or the Vicodin for the first time,
yeah,
and they had a clear brain. And then the government, bro, your own doctors give
I
you this.
mean, I'm still prescribed Adderall to this day, and I don't abuse it like my parents did. I get Adderall XR to reduce the instant, gratification you get from the medication. I use it responsibly. I only use it on work days. I take my one pill in the morning, then I don't touch it again until I'm back in office the
yeah,
next day. So it's about responsible use and recognizing addictive patterns.
Not
At least
everybody has that luxury.
Yeah,
You
at
know,
least for me, that's how it is.
for
There's a
you,
really
and
good
I
show on
respect
Netflix about
that,
it
but not a lot
too.
of people have that, and not a lot of people have that actual problem. Like you said, your mom told you exactly what to do to go in and get these drugs. Like a lot of people don't, need the stuff. The doctors are giving you, you go in with a headache and you get shit that causes three other ailments. You're on three more pills. You
yeah,
know, so a lot of it, it stems from the doctor. I swear to you, man. And like this, it's where it stems from. Like I bet if everybody never went to the doctors, ever got put on pills, probably went the cannabis route, would never even go through these drugs. I think that whole generation probably would have been skipped, but they somehow made marijuana to be the worst drug out there, while prescription drugs were being handed out like candy, and that was just not the case.
Some of
And
the
I,
doctors are blind, especially if your kids are involved. Like I was saying with the psychiatrist, like my mom took me into the ER, told them I had a panic attack. I got prescribed a week's worth of Xanax, which she immediately grabbed. Went to the hospital when I was 18 and got prescribed some hydrocodone, like 325s, like the cheap shit with Tylenol. And she had me sell those on the street. Like it's one
Yeah.
of those things.
yeah, and I'm not trying to take it away from people that need it, because I know for a fact people need it. Like there's, but there's the people that want, you know, to abuse that, and it takes it away from the people that actually need it. That's how you get addiction. Because then the people that actually need it go get shit they do need because they want to feel better. Next
There's a
thing you
good
know,
show on
they're
Netflix
the
about it too. It's
person
called
and then
Painkiller.
the addict.
Oh yeah, I wanted to watch that, man. I gotta get back into my account. I saw that. That looked hella good.
So, it's Memorial Day, and pray for all those people that we've all lost
Yeah.
due to this stuff we're talking about. Because it sucks.
Yeah.
It's the worst way to lose somebody. It's like they're being taken from you. It's
Because you
one
feel
of
like
the
you could have helped them, you know.
leave so many doors open.
They let my brother drive home when he was drunk and buzzing, and he didn't make it home, man. So it's like, I know about addiction personally. I've been part. I'm for sure addicted to marijuana for sure, because it helps me deal with my trauma and my anxiety, and my ADHD, all that shit. And but I try to handle it responsibly. I go to work during the day, come home at night, do my stuff, do the same thing, repeat, stay sober for most of the day, smoke weed at night, and yeah, that's pretty much it, like right before I go to sleep type shit. But everybody has their addiction and their vices, man, and there should just be outlets, like we said, to help these people.
And dude, it sucks too, because once you're in it, man, it's like she said, man.
That
I've
shit, that's
got one
hardcore
other
shit.
really fucking traumatic story for me, and I don't know, man. It's just kind of traumatic, but this just shows how the length that people go for the shit. And like when I was in college, shit, Ryan was there for this one too. Fuck, me and Ryan been through a lot, bro. And we were at a party. It was a giant block party. Every house on the whole block had a party going on. Every house. You were just going from house to house. It was on campus. And I was in this one house, and we had gone to the bar. We were playing poker that night. It was poker night. We had poker every Sunday night after the Browns. We were all drunk as fuck, bro. Me and my buddy went to the bar, and after playing poker that night, and we all met up at our buddy's house to smoke some weed, and we're all sitting around smoking a bong, and I heard this like loud banging, scratching noises and shit, and bro, I was with like 10, 15 people in a room, and the whole room cleared the fuck out, bro. I was the only one in that bitch with the
Oh
bong.
shit.
Standing there with the bong, like, what the fuck is going on? Because I was the only one. I went to the bar with my buddy. They all went and got heroin, dude. I didn't know this shit, and I had no clue. And I was in a room with a whole bunch of people on drugs that I didn't know.
Yeah.
And I knew the person in the bathroom. I knew the person whose house it was. So I walk out, and I'm like, "What's up with dude in the bathroom?" And this dude was all on drugs, bro. It was heroin, whatever. And he was like wasted. He's like, "Oh, it's Scotty. He's in the bathroom overdosing. Just leave him alone. It doesn't matter. Who cares?"
Oh.
On my grave, bro. I swear to God. And this was back when you had the cell phones where like you had no reception and shit. You're like in dead zones and shit like that.
Little block
So
phone.
I like grabbed my phone. It had no reception, bro. I like busted the fucking bathroom door open, and it was homie. He had the needle in his arm still. He was purple as fuck, foam. And I mean, his dead weight, I was trying to get him out, right? And I'm like, call 911, call 911. So I like run down these stairs, bro. Mind you, hundreds of people are walking down the sidewalk all over from house to house. It just looked like Halloween, you know what I'm saying? And I somehow walk out the house, and when I run out and I look, and there was like this little barn garage like thing behind the house. And my buddy, who also passed away the same year that Ian did, like just recently, was with me. Yeah, I did kick the fucking door open. And fucking, so, I kicked the fucking door open. I got him out. My boy, I run down. I'm like, call 911. He called 911. He ran up and we carried him down. You know what I'm saying? And like got him into the front yard. And they ended up saving his life. He lived. And he was purple, bro, foam. This girl came and gave him mouth to mouth. We had to wipe the foam out of his mouth. He lived. And my whole point of telling the story is like we saved this dude's life, bro. Like, in the odds of seeing my buddy come walking out of the house, out of like, dude, he was like, dude, I'm telling you, I always say, because he's not here now. Like, bro, he was like, saved that dude's life. He saved that guy's life because he helped me carry his dead weight down the stairs and had a phone, that was able to get the ambulance there. And that same dude, I hear within that same week, he overdosed again, dude.
Yeah.
He saved his life. It changed my whole life. It fucked me up, bro. I was traumatized from that shit. Traumatized from seeing that shit. It was one of the worst things I ever had to see.
And when you see shit like that, it deters you from ever like touching that specific drug.
Yeah, well, that's why I said that. The whole point of saying is, thanks to unfortunately having to see the worst of the worst, I've never went down any of that shit because I saw that. It's like, I'm never gonna put my family through that. I'm never gonna put myself through that. Like, that's the last. That's like, if I ever thought I was gonna get to that point, you might as well I'd rather just not be alive than deal with that shit, bro. Like, so I never wanted, so it sucks, man, because once you get that deep, brother, and I'm talking to you, Deltron, people do whatever they fucking can, but they're not themselves.
I've seen it firsthand, like I said, bro. My boy Juan, bro, he's trying to sell me a jump rope, bro. Like, damn. He called my phone to tell me a jump rope, dog.
Ryan said, kick the fucking door open. Yeah, man. That shit was wild, bro. Kick that bitch. I booted that bitch open. Dude was scratching. There was like, what I saw was the toilet paper flying everywhere. He was like grabbing toilet paper. Everything was just all fucked up.
Yeah. You
know what I'm saying? And it was something most 19-year-olds probably don't,
Yeah, Juan or whatever.
Hey, man.
He's messed up too, man. It's crazy, dude. Seeing my friends like that. I lost a lot of friends to drug addiction. So it's like, I just felt like I don't know. I don't want to repeat myself, but that's the last time I'll say it. There should be more outlets for these people. That's it.
Yeah.
Whether they're taking advantage of it or not, have it available, right?
Yeah, I wish we could nip it before it even gets to that point. And I think, like I said, we all have our solutions, but I feel like, treat them
availability. I think
before. Try not to give them drugs as kids either, man. Lending. I just saw your app.
He said, try not to. Try not to give them drugs as kids, man. That's not cool, bro.
Hey, lending. Nothing like that morning rip and then having that going ham when you go, I get it. The late,
I gotta get off of here though, Tim. I gotta drop my son off in the morning and everything, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate having you on, man. Much love.
Nice meeting you, Ashley. I respect
you
your
too.
opinion.
I'm around.
Yeah. If you're on Discord or whatever, look me up, man. You'll be able to find me.
Just see us on the poker table.
Yeah, off top. All right.
So, hey, brother, I love you, man.
You too, bro.
We'll talk more, bro. I'll give you some more shit, like more stuff in person. When we can talk. The stuff I didn't want. It's hard to say on. You want to keep some anonymity towards people's names and lives because I know a lot of people in these chats and I don't want to put people's business out there. But yeah, man, there's a lot of fucked up shit out there, bro. So
Yeah.
you know, I get intense when it comes to those topics because I fucking went through it today, just dealing with that, with those
The
thoughts.
very town I live in, bro.
bro.
So like we and you could agree on a lot with that because this very town I live in, bro, is the same thing with the meth addiction out here, especially the meth addiction. People are down bad, bro. You know, people in my class, most of them had died from some kind of drug overdose, mainly the meth with the whole fentanyl thing going on. That's like the most recent, but it was promethazine for a while. It was bad coke, you know, all these different things that they're getting, man, just messing them up.
It's sad. No, you're right. And I've seen it. I'm with you, brother. And pray for my mom said, you know, and I agree. The only true outlet is God. Pray.
Yeah,
I agree.
Exactly.
That is it at this point in my life.
Yeah. Outlets, you know, leave the outlets open. Without them, there's not even a chance, you know.
I mean,
at
try
least
to have faith. But yeah, brother. Hey, man. Happy birthday.
Hey,
Thanks
thank you,
for
brother.
coming on, man. Have a beautiful day.
Love
I'll
y'all.
talk to you. We'll
Love
play
each
some
other.
folks
Chat.
later on, man.
See y'all. Peace.
You be good. Peace.
All right, brother. Peace.
I'm trying to think, Ashley. What else do we got? We pretty much had a pretty. Is there anything like chill you want to say to end it on not just like a high note? Because it's kind of like a went a little sideways. But the truth needs sometimes not the truth. But sometimes the shit needs to make light. We talk. This happens every so often. We go down this rabbit hole. It happens. But is there anything else that we really trying to think? Did you have a good Memorial Day? Did you do anything special?
Honestly, all I did all day was sleep because I got done playing poker with someone in the chat at like 5 in the morning. Then I slept until 11 o'clock tonight. And then, yeah, I don't know. I've been kind of with you guys ever since I got back up.
No doubt. Did you see how many people popped in today when we were playing tonight? Or were you asleep for that?
I was in and out a little bit. I was in when Gary first came in earlier.
Gary.
Yeah.
We can edit out a Gary note because that was.
I love Gary because he understands what it's like growing up in the area that I did because his where he lives is only a couple hours away from my hometown. So yeah, and Gary and I know a lot of the same things, the same people, the same places. So we get along. He's like my Discord dad right now at this point.
Gary's a good one, man. Gary, he's got a good heart, man. Funnier than hell. I'm glad to have him. We've had him for he's been around for I've known him through probably well over a year now. I would say about a year. Sean's coming up to that point here. I don't know, in that realm. Brian, obviously, forever. A lot of people in there. I don't. Lending Hand, this is the first time, unless you're just a different name, that I've met you. I haven't done the background check on you. But yeah, a lot of the people are good peeps. But yeah, earlier today, like we went over and played there was a real big table on Socialize. And it was just like a bunch of dicks playing. There was like a few. And we just left. There was 16 people. At one point, there was 20 in the room, 16 people on the poker table waiting. There was like literally as many people waiting to get in as there were to play. We had it was full, like full.
Yeah, I let someone rob me this morning because I can't save chips to save my life. So.
Hey, you'll get it down. When did you learn how to play?
I've known how to play for like 15 years now. It's just a matter of I didn't know how to leave the table at first, so I would just give my chips away at the end when I was done playing until like 2 days ago.
So you're just new to Discord poker is what you're saying?
Yeah, normally I play on apps and stuff like World Series of Poker and stuff like that.
Well, as is, a lot of, I think Jonathan or Dell, who's been playing. This is his first time doing Discord and poker. I tried to get Sean forever. Now he's been playing. It's his first time really doing it. It's all of ours, really. Like, I will help you, and anybody else that's watching that wants me to help them learn it, man. Let me know if you're in there playing with me. And I just assume everybody knows. You know what I'm saying? Because I play with a lot of people, but man, if you're just coming in and you know the game of poker and you just need like tips on how to figure out the whole poker internet thing, man, I'll help you out 1,000% because
I don't know if you saw my chat earlier, but Discord poker is the only outlet that I have right now. I got a wee bit of a gambling addiction, and I just had to quit all of my like slot sites and stuff cold turkey. So Discord poker has been a good outlet, but I'm glad that I saw y'all playing in Socialize a while back and been tagging in every now and then when I see y'all.
Yeah, it's cool having you around. I'm glad you came in and met us and you got to see what we're about and everything. And like, you're very intelligent. I wasn't taking away from your degree or anything when it comes to that, because I like don't really. When it comes to certain things, it's not about like, I don't think a degree can replace experience. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion on certain things. Certain things.
It hurts
But
too because like not you, but like having any sort of credentialing hurts because in 2022 on New Year's into 2023 I had a stroke because I had COVID. So a lot of the stuff that I had learned is out the window now, which is why I don't practice in the field that I have degrees in. Because I just physically can't. I can barely fucking walk. I can't remember a whole bunch of other shit. Like I've got a lot of issues going on, and I wish that I could practice in that field, but all I really have is my knowledge of real world life experiences, and then the in and outs of what I do remember from schooling.
Well, you're very intelligent, and that's for sure. And you definitely know a lot of topics. And we had just talked and met, and you came in the first time. Yeah, Sean, we're all still learning, and there's so much more. And you definitely knew your stuff last time and this time, and it's been a pleasure chopping it up with you for sure. Like I said, all you guys, man, I'll teach you how to. Man, you need to every time you win, go to spectate right away. Don't
I've been
sit.
doing that, and people have been griping at me in the regular server, not in your server, but in Socialize. They're like, "Why do you keep leaving the table after every hand?" It's like, because I don't want to be broke again for the rest of the
You
day.
have to. Who cares what they say? I'm number one. I have the most money by a lot. Why do you think I did it? You think because I sat there? Have you ever watched me play and stack that up real high? Ever?
No.
So why would you listen to somebody who has nothing? Shut up. You're not winning, bro. I'm gonna listen to this dude who stacked up $500,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I listen to you? Come on, bro. No, I want to get that money off the table. You always want to keep going back. Keep getting that off. Always. And that's the first thing to saving money in that game. And also don't be afraid to fold.
I'm learning.
So those are things because the hands, and don't be afraid to fold until you got enough money that you feel like you can lose it to call it. Fold, man. Get out unless you got it. Those are my suggestions. To end it on a good one. Not like you don't know this, but if you really practice it, full, you'll get the cards you want and play them. Because like $3,000 isn't a lot to start with. It's
And I
really
hate that you can't like get more coins, which is so stupid to me. Like you should at least be able to like purchase a little pack once a day or something.
Oh man, I'm sorry, Sean. Yeah, but no, 3,000 is just not enough, and you should get more. You should. That's why, like, it would like, yeah, you just should. I learned. I have a good way. I was just very good with it. Sean said his wife's brother just passed from a blood clot. I am so sorry, brother. Give your wife my love, brother. I'm sorry, brother. Marley said he's sorry too. He's telling me to get up off of this thing. I didn't really even expect all this, but it was a fun show. I mean, there was a lot to be said for not having anything to talk about, to be honest.
Doesn't
Which
even feel like 3 hours went by.
nah, it doesn't. And me and we do this. Me and Del could have these conversations all day. It always seems to happen like that. I mean, we do like 5-hour streams all the time. This is going to be a short one because we started so late. I mean, we started so late. I don't know how, as far as like, I will say this, we have not gone under like 10 people the whole time. It's been steady the whole entire night for considering it's the middle of the morning. So I would say it's been pretty successful. So I appreciate you coming on. And yeah, Sean, it's been fun. It's fun playing poker. It's fun hanging out with everybody and just you know uh learning a game. Everybody having a common thing. That's it's fun. It's brought everybody together. I'll say that. Met a lot of people, cool people, shitty people, whatever. But Gary is a funny bastard. We'll leave it at that. Y'all, we're gonna record that. Like we have the Discord on, on YouTube also. I need to find a way to make the table bigger so that you guys could see it better. Because I was rewatching the stream from earlier and it's just so small you can't really see it. So I need to like get it bigger. But once we figure that out, that'll be really fun. So be looking for that. Other than that, I'll see you guys tomorrow night. I don't know. Everybody have a blessed day today. Whoever's, Sean, hope you have a good day at work. Hope you're about to get off. Everybody else, hope you have a beautiful day. Ashley. Hey Tim, was that no, it's not, dang it. Hey Tim, that was from that Jibbity Jab. What was, Sean? Bro, do I look baked? Well, thanks, Ashley, again. Do I look baked right now? Look at my eyes. Like, bro, I definitely look like on a big camera. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, my eyes are red, or my eyes are like barely open. No, it's not. Dang it. Oh, the clot was. Are you serious? Again, Sean. What do we say, bro? No doubt. Hey, Chief time. Don't you get to go home for your break for a little bit? One. Who's all in the house? How many likes do we got? I'm gonna feed Mars and I'll smoke one with y'all because I'm still a little bit up. I'll chop it up a little bit because bro, that shit got intense. We need to kick it for just a hot minute. I don't know who's left. Hit one if you're still left, so I know who's in the house. If possible, I mean, has everybody hit the like and sub? I have not said it one time, but Serenity, I really appreciate your help. She nailed the background stuff. She was doing all types of cool stuff in the background today. So again, appreciate it a whole lot. I feel bad. I'm slamming all these companies. Hey, man, don't feel bad, dude. Push them bitches out, brother. Don't feel bad, man. The more, the better, to be honest. Hit the like, exactly. Smash the like. How many do we got, Ryan? Does it say? Did we break like 15, 20, 25? How many? What does it say? Yeah. I will say this: it stayed at a very nice pace the whole night. Legit. I'm very pleased. So, but I'm feeding Marmars, and then we'll get up out of here. I was gonna do 4 hours. That was the goal, but I'm not gonna make it 20 more minutes. In the Philippines, he could buy food for his family if he didn't get stuck. It's all good. Are you fucking serious? Fuck, man. You're telling me that, like, if he didn't get it, he couldn't buy food? Isn't there something wrong with that whole entire fucking what you just said to me? I feel like there's something wrong with that, buddy. Very intense. Holy shit. Hearing that is crazy. 16 likes. I feel like that's like what we get. We get 16. How we need to get these likes up, for sure. But everybody smash it. We're not even close. Remember when it was like, hey, let's get to 50, like right away. Yeah, that's what I want to know, Sean. Nobody's saying who's here. It stayed full. Like, nobody really. I think we got a lot of new people that are watching, honestly. I do. I think that's why they're not commenting, because it's a lot of people that aren't really, like you said, YouTube won't let you. All right, cool, Dell. Yeah, YouTube is having a hard time. I mean, they're really not. But it's pretty cool that, despite everything playing against us, YouTube we have managed to battle YouTube, man. Like we have. I mean, to be able to get people at any time of the hour to come in and chill with us for hours is YouTube can't deny that at some point. So we need to keep it going. Dell, you kicked ass, bro. You do every time, man. We just were smoking, chilling, playing poker, and got on out of the blue. Didn't even know we were live, and put on a freaking show for y'all. Ashley, you did a great job too, man. You really did. I get intense, but I don't mean that shit. I just like to get hyped. So you'll figure it out when you know me long enough. Yeah, he sacrificed himself. Hey, man. God bless him, man. God bless him, Sean. That sucks. So many people had to go innocent, man. My best friend got the jibbity because he was scared to lose his job, and he knows everything about it and hates it. If that tells you anything. I'm doing dab. Fuck that. I want to pass out. Who's smoking with me? Nobody? Is it just me, Ryan, my mom, and Dell? But there's 10 people watching. So 6 of y'all aren't commenting, which is fine. I love y'all. 11 people. And thanks for coming in. Hit the like at least. Let's get that shit up. Where'd that fat ass dab go ahead? Ryan, I lost another dab. Ryan, I lost another dab, dude. Ryan hates me. Yeah, they're lurking now. They're lurking. It's probably them damn socialized poker players. It's probably like that casino, that Elmo guy sitting in the corner lurking, just watching. Lost another effing dab. Dabs aren't fun to lose because they're messy. You know what I'm saying? Dabs are super messy. So like, you know, you find it like stuck to you, you know. Hoza, what's up? You want to come up and end this with me and smoke? Because there's still 14 people in here. Do you want to smoke? Because I'm ending this. I'm about to do a dab and smoke. If you want to come up, you can. Otherwise, I'm just going to smoke and end it here. Good morning, love lines. Yup. You already know it's coming. You already know. You already know. Sheesh. I might as well. Shut up. Who cares? I hear you. I want to do a dab that's gonna put me to sleep. Boy, that topic that we had to talk about tonight is one that's draining. Man, that one's draining, man. Because it's so personal. It hits so hard. That shit really drains your fucking soul, man. I don't like that topic, but I also feel like it's just so important. Alex, what's up, brother, man? I'm glad to see you. Do you have a good Memorial Day? What you puffing on, man? About to do a dab. Try to kill this stream here in a minute. Get Zaza up here. Say hi to her. Ryan got a barbecue coming. He did. He had the meat sweats. Dude was all weighted. It was so cool seeing you and seeing your old roommate, Doug, seeing my Bubba, man. That was so cool seeing him. You know, I've known him forever, Ryan. You know, I went to elementary school with him, man. I've never had a problem with him my whole life. There's some people you just always been cool with. Jev's always been one of them cats, bro. He's just someone that I've never had a problem with, that I've always just been cool with. Dude, there's just nothing, always just been a good guy, man. He's got a good heart, good guy. He's a good one, man. Definitely. It was nice seeing him. He's always got the same smile, bro. You know? So it was nice seeing you having fun, man, and seeing everybody. I get jealous. But it was nice seeing my family. Beautiful. So that was cool. I'm having a good time. Great channel. Thanks, Alex. Love you, man. Of course. Hi, Zaza. How you doing?
I'm great. Good morning, you guys.
Good morning. Good morning, Lucy Scarlett. Ryan's convinced now you're Scarlett Johansson. You know that, right? I mean, like, convinced. He thinks you're like reincarnated.
I was smart about it. I started saying her phrases from the movie and her quote, so he would psychologically think we're the same.
Dude, it worked. Oh man, you played him like a fiddle.
It wasn't actually intentional, but I like how it worked out.
It worked out great.
To me, you literally said that to me.
Oh, you want to see something savage, Ryan? I saved this for you.
Oh wait, let me get my glasses on so I can see all that.
Yeah, I'm drinking it straight out the fucking pot, bro. Legit. I was like, you know what? I want to drink it straight from the pot at this point. I don't care. That was for you, Ryan. I told you. I said, once we hit 7, I'll drink that shit straight from the pot. I don't give a damn.
Never seen you raw dog coffee before, Tim.
Oh, dude, I've raw dogged it.
Sean.
It's very strong, Sean. That's why I said I got at least 10 to 30. I wanted to go 13, 12 minutes was the goal of the night. I said I can do it. It's called like Death Wish, dude. That's the name of the cause. I don't know. Hey man, I'll take my risk with some dark coffee.
Look at it.
I told you I'm drinking it straight from the pot. Look that one. 7 a.m. coffee time. Dabbing a fucking pot of coffee.
Wakes up, slams
My,
up the
mom,
top.
my mom's still watching embarrassed as hell of her son right now. Like, is my son really drinking straight from the pot right now? The fuck out of here, bro.
Cup. Who needs a fucking cup? That's basically a cup. It's a big cup, you know?
No, I got the cup right next to me. I just felt like drinking out of the fucking pot. I've got my cup.
You want to know something that I've
I
thought about?
just felt like the pot was inviting. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
You want to know something that I think about sometimes? I think about like what's considered normal now, and if you don't do those normal things, people would look at you weird or be like, "What's mentally wrong with you?" But like it's kind of strange that we even have this much order. For example, not using a cup. It's like, "What's wrong with you?" But is the coffee pot not a big cup? Like it's just glass with a handle. It's the same thing. And people are like, "Oh, don't get dirt in the house. Don't get mud in the house." You built a massive structure in the middle of the fucking woods, and then
Dirt.
act like you're crazy because you didn't, like, if you don't shower every single day, wash your hair every day, people are like, ew, that's gross. We used to bathe once a week in rivers. What? How is this a bad sign of mental health? I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about.
I love that. I love that. I love that. Makes sense.
Yeah.
People need to, like
Like, think
Gary
about the
said,
bigger picture,
get your
guys.
shit together. Come on, tighten up. Get your shit right. Dude,
Imagine making a coffee shatter dab. That's what Sean said.
make a what? Coffee shatter dab? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. I have seen like THC coffee lately. I've seen like all types of caffeinated THC. I'm like, man, could you imagine me buying like some caffeinated THC? Like that's all I need is just like more caffeine. I just want like I feel like coffee is at least like if you get decent coffee, it's at least good for you. Like a little, not like good for you, but it's not bad. Is it? Mom, is
Right.
coffee bad for you?
If it's black coffee, besides the caffeine, it's not that bad.
My mom said, "Don't give him any ideas." Shit to bed, dude.
But if you're putting like a lot of sugar and stuff in it, then it's like, yeah, it could very quickly turn into like you're drinking a milkshake every day. That's why
Yeah,
I
you
don't
don't
drink
put sugar
coffee.
in mine at all. It gives me a headache and stomach ache.
Yeah.
I don't do sugar. I
If I
might
drink any
put splash
coffee,
of cream if I make it too dark. You know. But other than that, I just like drinking it straight up.
if I drink coffee, I always have to get like the frozen ones that have a bunch of chocolate syrup and whipped cream for me to like.
All that
I
sugar.
Yeah, I never really get it. I'm like, I should just get a milkshake at this point.
That's probably how I get. I get anxiety from that shit. Too much sugar. Like I never drank coffee my whole life until me and Ryan started doing the YouTube stuff, and it got like to a point where it was like, man, we need that. We need that. And I agree. Hey, listen, because I'm ADHD, it calms me down and focuses for me. It does. Now, sometimes it wires me up, but it makes me tired too, dude.
Yeah, caffeine.
Sometimes it has a counter effect for sure.
I drink these like every day or Monster, and then I'll go take a fucking nap.
We do it too. We
The only
do it
thing
too.
I-
Like, we'll have like a good 3 hours and then crash, dude.
There was
You
only
know?
one time where a substance actually like boosted my energy, and that's when I got a 5 hour energy. Um, and it only worked for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. I was like, whew, yeah, I'm ready. Like, I wasn't expecting this. I'm actually ready to work. Let's get going, you guys. 30 minutes later, I know I need to go home. Like, I can't do this. Y'all don't understand. I'm about to drop dead here. You all have a great night. I'm going to charge my phone before I go on break. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye, Sean.
I'll see y'all later on in a few hours when I wake up. I'm gonna take your damn poker money. I never said that to Sean yet. It felt good.
You can take mine as well if you want.
I will too. Don't let me forget.
I will too. Don't let me forget.
Don't you dare.
Remind me to fuck
I
your
will. Trust me.
shit.
Alex, have a good one and be safe, man. Get some rest too.
Oh, Alex said earlier, he said Amsterdam probably has a marijuana flavored coffee, but that reminds me that I've seen dab pens have flavors. Like I've had watermelon flavored dabs, so I wonder they should make a coffee one. Like a coffee flavored.
I've got coffee, dude. I've got right here. Shit. It's already been done, girl.
Even if
I got this
oh,
is coffee bean honey, and it literally tastes like straight up coffee. And it's
well,
got
I'll be
coffee
damned.
bean in it. Yeah, it's
I'll-
THC. It's infused with THC from the dispensary. So it's already been done.
I'm almost
It's done. And it's fucking amazing too. It's actually like 1,000 milligrams. So like one nice scoop and you put it in your tea or coffee preferably, and it's great, man. Do your damn best. You've been kicking ass, Sean. Don't think you haven't. Don't think you haven't.
I have a question. So you know how with mushrooms, like if you do the lemon tech, the acidity of the lemon basically transforms it into the psychedelic, and then you can drink it, and it's supposed to be faster and more efficient because of the acid converting. And like when you eat edibles, the THC is converted when your stomach acid digests it.
Yeah, more
Does
fat.
that work? Does it work the exact same way with tinctures? Like if you put like oil into tea or a hot drink, would it work the same way, or would it be faster? Like would it happen faster, or would it only
Under your tongue? Under your tongue is the best way. To take
how long would it still take? How long would it still take?
Like you just put it in there for like 30 seconds. Take a minute.
Yeah, but like the effect, how long would it take for the
effect? Right away.
Right away?
It goes right through your blood. Like there's like two huge veins under your tongue.
So is that
under your tongue.
Is the tincture like a concentrate that doesn't require heat for it to work?
Yeah, it's just concentrated down into a liquid. But it's like the thing about it, the powder is the shit. I'll get to that. So the tinctures, unless you make it yourself and you don't add the MCT oil to it, I wouldn't get it because it really messes your belly up. I stay away from the tinctures because they use this specific oil, and it gives you real bad diarrhea and it fucks your stomach all up. So I usually stay away from those. Honestly, I wouldn't mess with them unless you make it yourself.
I've only thought about it because edibles won't work. Like
if edibles don't work, Deltron said it the best. He said off topic, the powder Celsius. I don't know what that is, but if you can get it infused powder, like in the powder, get that. Or like the capsules, not gummies, but the actual capsules.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way to go. Gummies are crap.
I'll think of something. I've tried gummies. I've tried like different candies. I've tried like brownies. I've tried Rice Krispies with like the can of butter all over it. Nothing.
This was honey, bro. Alex, this is honey, man. It's 1,000 milligram honey jar. It's almost empty. It's like got just the shit. But yeah, it was honey. Yeah, I wouldn't want no coffee.
I do have a digestive disorder though, so I know that there's like a reason. I'm not just like
if you have a digestive
work for me.
If you're digestion, if you do have that, then you don't want tincture. I'm telling you.
Yeah. When you said that it was gonna like fuck your stomach up, I was immediately like, nope, not doing it.
It's not the one. Trust me, I love edibles, and I stay away, and that's why it's cheap. That's why it's so cheap. Tinctures can be very cheap. Like I've seen them for $50 for like 1,000 milligrams. Yeah, the sodas work, the teas, but those are so expensive, man. Those are so expensive. Just go get the thing in the powder, make your own. Scoop it in and just drink it up. You know, that's the best way to do it. Or just, you know, there's a lot of the capsules are very, very good. Other than that, man, I don't know. I can't, you know, it all depends on how you take it, but a good way to take it too is with something fatty, like a burger. I'm dead serious. I know it. Like if you take it with a full stomach, it's the total opposite. Like the more fat, the more you're full, the more it sticks. It sticks to the fat. The THC does.
Right. It's not the same as alcohol, where like with alcohol, the food is actually physically absorbing.
Yeah.
This is.
This actually it sticks to your fat. So if you take fatty shit, it stays in. You know what I'm saying? So like that's what they always say. Like cheese is good. Like burger. Like so for me, I would get distillate, right? And I would put it in my burger or my breakfast or whatever the fuck I was making that had like my fatty in it. And it definitely was better than just taking it straight by itself, you know? Weed moonshine. Damn, that sounds like some weed moonshine. Man, I got this marijuana sucker from Amsterdam. Dude, I haven't had a sucker since like, honestly, probably like 15 years ago. Unless it was homemade.
This is marijuana from Amsterdam.
Like there was a point where we used to get tons of suckers not that long ago, but like they stopped they were so cheap because they wouldn't put the sticks in them. Because they would charge you for the weight before they were legal. So they would charge you for the weight of the stick. So they would leave the sticks out. So we would have suckers with no sticks. I'm dead serious. But you had it before? Weed liquor.
That's just a hard candy.
Weed liquor, huh?
Whoa.
I mean, you can make it, you know. So you can make some mushroom tea. That's the best way. We could end it on that. You look tired. You going to bed? Or you just wake it up?
Not even done, y'all. What the fuck?
I'm halfway through mine. And it tastes so good. What did I pack up? What was it? Honey Crisp, Ryan.
I'm still smoking on the same ounce I've been smoking. I'll show y'all the progress report, guys.
Progress.
That's how far through we've gotten.
How much did you get?
It was like up to here. It was an ounce.
Oh, nice. So you smoked a lot. You did good. It's lasted you.
Yeah, I think I got it at the beginning of May, and I'm pretty sure I can make this last until the end of May. I try to make it last a month. And then I have another ounce already. So next month is covered.
You already ready to rock and roll?
Yeah.
He's like, I ain't playing. I found it. You know what kind it is?
Got a bag over there. Hold on. I'll swipe it. Maggot.
Dude, I've heard nothing but good things about the sodas. Every time. I've never heard somebody say that because I've had the lemonade, like, and it was fucking good, dude. Very good. That shit hits you right away. If you can get the lemonades or the sodas, but they're so expensive, dude. They're like 2 sodas for like $50 or $40 or something crazy. It depends on which milligram you get. Looks nice. Did you go to the dispensary?
Yeah.
That's cool.
This one's Rainbow Skittles.
Oh yeah, remember the joint? Sean remembered the joint you rolled the other day. It turned out to be good.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to. I want to roll another one soon, but I just can't roll them too often because I need to save my papers and stuff for when I go.
When you leave again? End of May?
No, June 21st. So I've actually got like a whole month.
Capri Sun things referred to.
I just keep talking about it.
Yeah, it's like $25. Exactly. It's $25 for 100 milligrams. So it's like one drink, $25. But that shit is good. If you can get the lemonade, it comes with like a shot glass, and you can get 4 25-milligram doses out of it. And it if you want, or just drink half, But yeah. It's cool to see everybody still chilling. Ryan, you missed the show. I didn't even expect for you to wake up.
He was listening to it. I joined him. He was listening. He had it playing.
Oh, no doubt. How did you think? Would you think it was all right, Ryan? It was done differently. Did you see it? Because Serenity was doing hella work, bro. She was like putting the like topic up as we went. She was doing all types of cool shit. It looked really cool for a minute there. It was like,
Serenity's awesome.
yeah, she really is. She really came through. I didn't look, man. She's really just very good, and I really much appreciate it. She really did. Like, she had it all planned, and she's very, very intelligent, man. Holy cow. I watched that and just watched, and I go, my head explodes just watching. Imagine having to retain it all. Golly. Ryan, you would wig out, dude. Imagine the best way I could describe it is like, imagine trying to set up your PayPal by like 400. Like, I swear to God, dude, it's like doing it like 20 times over and then waking up and doing it 20 times again and then 20 times again. That's what it's like, bro. Whoa. He said, fuck that. We hate the PayPal, dude. PayPal is horrible. The simple things, me and Ryan are like, we just want to be able to set up a fucking PayPal, dude. Like, I tried to set one up, son. I set up like a business account. Like, I totally effed it up where like I had to like go through a bunch to get it to work.
Yeah, you should have just done a regular account.
I didn't mean to. It was on accident.
No, I understand that though. I hate when electronics do stupid shit that doesn't make sense. Like when you go back to an account after a couple of years and you remember what the password is. Like you use the same password for everything. I've never stopped. So, and I know I probably shouldn't do that, but whatever. So you go back and you type in your little password and it's like, oh, this isn't your password. This is the wrong password. And then you're like, okay, I'll change it. So you get it to send you an email and you go to the email to change your password. You hit change password and you're like, all right, I'm just going to make it the same thing it was before because that's what I remember it. And then it's like, you can't make your password the same password it was previously. But you said it was wrong. What? Which is it? You said, is it incorrect or is it correct?
If Serenity was hearing this, she'd start wigging because the whole password and dealing with, because we're trying to get the Discord hooked up. So imagine dealing with Google, YouTube, Discord, and X all at the same time.
Yeah, hell no. Fuck.
A headache. And dude, like, it is a headache, dude. On top of StreamYard and everything. Oh my gosh. You go, girl. For digestive calendula tea, my mom said, fresh aloe and water will heal your digestion. I'll be home on break from my 4. When's your 420? That's in like. When's your 420? At 8:20? Yeah. No, 9:20 for me. You're like 5 ahead.
I hate tea.
She said calendula, tea, fresh aloe, and water will heal your digestion.
I just hate tea. If there is like something else, like or a way I could mask that taste, maybe.
Is there a way? Is there something besides tea? Like I
wish I liked it. I know there's so many good properties from it, but whenever I try to drink it, it makes me want to get sick. It's like an immediate reaction.
What about like juice?
I think like if I can't taste the tea, that would be fine. Or you're asking if there's a juice that would work?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like juices.
Yeah. Do you have like one of those things? A bullet?
What?
A bullet?
Do I have a bullet?
Yeah, like a juicer.
Oh, no.
What do you think I was talking about? Her head's going all over the place. She's like, what is this dude talking? What kind of bullet, Tim? Huh? They call me Lucy for nothing, Tim.
It's not even spelled that way.
No, I'm just joking. But my mom said, or Sean said boiled ginger.
I took it 2 ways. I took it that way, and then I also took it as like a bullet for a gun. So I was like,
Me too. That's kind of funny. But now I was just talking about making some juice and maybe mixing it with like some fruit and like, some yogurt or something, like some probiotics.
Ooh, yogurt. Ooh, what if I made a whole little smoothie?
That's what I'm saying.
Yogurt, fruit, ice, juice, have a tea, aloe, water. Have my little smoothie.
Yeah, that sounds fire, to be honest.
That does sound kind of fire. Not gonna lie.
Some ice cubes or something. Yeah, nice and crunchy.
Squeeze some lemons on top.
I got lost for a second too. We're like bullet, huh? Damn, Tim, really? You're taking it there, huh? Lord. I think, you know what? I will say this. I tried my best not to swear. I did say some swear words, but I tried my best not to. Felt like that kind of helped a little. I refrained from certain things I like to say often. I didn't say it. Maybe once or twice, but not a lot. I feel like that's made it a little bit better. I don't know. But damn, I want a smoothie now. He said boiled ginger, lemongrass. Drink that.
Boiled ginger, lemongrass. Okay, I'll screenshot it.
With some lemons. Some lemon crime. That sounds good.
But isn't ginger like really bitter? I guess the lemongrass would that, hopefully, right? I could be wrong, but isn't lemongrass sweet?
Lemongrass is sweet. Ginger is like
right.
Kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of.
I know ginger alone is sweet. It's like it tingles my tongue.
I don't like ginger, man. Something about the ginger root, I don't know. I know it's good for you, though. I know that for a fact. But it tastes like ass.
I prefer like mint for like nausea and stuff as ginger. I know they have like different bits, but mint my nausea better, I think, because it's just sweeter in general.
Yeah. When I had my belly problems, I have the same shit Ryan had. I just did exactly what I told you. I just stayed away from certain shit for a certain amount of time and it went away, man. I didn't have to take like once I stopped taking the medicine and just did all that, it went away. The medicine was like a patch. That shit actually helped it. Like it actually. I use probiotics. I swear by it. Like probiotics with my drink.
Yeah, I should use probiotics. People keep suggesting that. But
It regulates your belly, so like it keeps it completely regulated.
they always taste so strange and make the water feel grainy.
It doesn't. It just get the kefir. It's like yogurt.
Oh shit!
It's
I
literally
don't have to
yogurt.
put it in a drink.
Yeah, and you just put it in your
Sending
smoothie.
me pictures of drinks, and I'm like, "Ugh."
Here,
I might
I'll pull it up. D-Bone, what up, bro?
Hi.
Did you say you tan your? I did. I tried to see my provocativeness, dude. I tried, dude. I did my best, dude. I tried. You know, I did the best I could. I love D-Bone. What up, brother, man? I did the best I could to not be provocative today. I just stuck to the topic and moved on with life. If something came out, it was because it came out. I don't even remember. But I don't think anything was that bad. I did say something a couple times where I looked at the thing like, is it going to dip? It did it. I'm like, all right, I got away with it. Cool. And just move forward. I ate a habanero pepper and that didn't help.
I'm gonna hop off now and probably bother Ryan.
All right, I'm gonna hop off with you.
Okay, I'll
All
just
right,
till you leave it.
all right, everybody, y'all have a good night. If y'all want, just meet us over in the Discord, and we'll smoke one before bed. I love you guys, everybody that came through. I'll see you guys tonight. I'm gonna try to get on earlier, like I say every damn night, and I hope I do. Appreciate everybody for popping in. Hit the like and the sub if you haven't. And I'll see y'all later on tonight. God bless. Happy late Memorial Day Tuesday. Peace.